We ready, Lori?
Yes, sir. Ready when you are.
All right, welcome everybody to this special Valentine's Day edition of Matthews Town Meeting, February 14th, 2022. We're going to have an early meeting, a 5:30 meeting tonight to discuss several issues, the first of which is a CATS discussion regarding the Silverline and transit-oriented development. We have John Howard and Caitlin Tobin here. And Dana, do you want to start us off?
Sure. I want to thank everyone for having us here tonight. John Howard is with CATS, and he has brought his consultant team, Kittleson, JP and Caitlin, who've been working diligently to evaluate transit-oriented development along the whole stretch of the Silverline. And we've had, he'll tell you all the recap and tell you all the details of it, but it's been a long effort, several years. And I'm very excited about the work they've done. Matthew's got to be a part of it because we're part of the Silverline. And then, John, if there's time, I'd love for you to touch on the next study that was awarded. So that was very exciting that we are going to be able to continue some of this good work. So with that, I'll just hand it off to John.
Great. Thank you, Dana. And good evening, everyone. And thank you for having us back to talk about the Silverline, the TOD study. We are at the end of the line here, and I'd like to just give you some updates on where we are and where we're heading next. So I'm going to share my screen as you see the presentation here. Everybody see the slide, first slide? All right, fantastic. Yeah, well, thanks again, everyone. This has been a long process, so thanks for hanging in with us for the past couple of years. So again, we're going to give you a little bit of a summary of where we are right now, and also what we heard from the public during our input and engagement processes throughout the year and a half. And then we'll have some slides that show some station area planning concepts for the Matthews area. And we also did some study work for your neighbors in Stallings and Indian Trail. And then we'll wrap up with next steps and some questions from the audience. So as you know, this has been a multi-pronged effort. The Silverline is a major project, about 29 miles, connecting 3 jurisdictions. But within that, there are other initiatives going on, such as the Silverline Rail Trail study that is wrapping up pretty soon. There's a number of NCDOT projects. There's a Connect Beyond regional transit effort that was in part led by Jason Lawrence from CATS. We also had involvement with Gaston and Union County planning organizations, the town of Matthews, the Charlotte 2040 comprehensive plan, and of course, the 2030 transit corridor system plan. So lots of planning efforts that we all try to make sure to include all of those within our consideration for the study. So again, it's been a couple of years as of the last month that we started this project. And then we really led off with stakeholder interviews and our round 1 of public engagement in the spring of that year. Then we transitioned into river design workshops and some foundational work regarding the TOD readiness, existing conditions. And then we had, in the fall, urban design workshops. And all of that led into the design work around the preferred LPA, which was being refined at that time. So all the work that we were doing that kind of was in conjunction with the design team led up into the adopted refined LPA. So then we transitioned into our round 2 of public engagement from late spring until late summer. That included outdoor public meetings. We had one in downtown Matthews during that summer of work. That led into more work looking at implementation strategies of each of the areas and jurisdictions, and also leading into the final design plan that's in review, wrapping up internal review between staff and our partner organizations. So it's just an overall summary. This is a public-facing document. We did cover all these stations along the alignment. with the existing conditions, the TOD areas, the proposed capital investments, affordable housing and market data. And we also did kind of a deeper dive into what we call 7 demonstration areas, 2 of which are in the town of Matthews, 1 in downtown Matthews and 1 in the entertainment district. And again, we also did some higher level TOD work for Stallings Indian Trail and areas between Belmont and Gastonia. As far as feedback, we did get pretty good participation. We had a combination of virtual meetings. We had in-person outdoor meetings during the summer. We had also collaboration with the design team as well. We had about 320 participants for those outdoor summertime meetings last year. We had about over 800 survey responses online. So we had really pretty good participation throughout the year. So we were really excited about the feedback that we received. And kind of the highlights of what we heard from residents in Matthews, what was key was preserving the downtown feel of Matthews while enhancing the pedestrian environment. So maintaining connectivity with pedestrian connections, but also make sure that we keep the scale and overall feel of the original downtown streetscape. Also, more bike and pet connections to the entertainment district and the sportsplex, and to preserve the existing residential and housing character. So housing preservation was a major component that we heard throughout the study. And some key considerations around the demonstration areas themselves. One was to make sure we connect multimodal connections between downtown Matthews to Novant, to the sportsplex, the greenways, and the adjacent neighborhoods. And second was to support new mixed-use development with a downtown scale urban infill to allow that to happen as well. And also to expand the town center character and activity of historic downtown Matthews. So those were themes that we heard repeatedly throughout the study. As far as the housing and the market study, our consultants told us that we had a pretty strong market indicators for walkability for downtown Matthews and the entertainment district sites. As far as the affordable housing goals, we look to preserve the existing units that are there, of course, but also the market could bear to add about 75 to 100 new affordable housing units over the course of about 5 years. And that will be a mix of multifamily and townhome development. And with that, I'm going to switch it over to JP Wiesner, who's going to go through some of the urban design concepts that we explored, both for the downtown station area and for the entertainment district.
Great. Thanks, John. And what you're seeing here are our sketches that were developed during our charrette workshop, actually in your city hall there, back during the workshop sessions. And you have to the right or to the left, downtown Matthews, and you can sort of see a slight outline of a circle, which is roughly about a half mile from the intersection of Matthews and Trade. And when we look at transit-oriented development or TOD areas, we look at about a half mile radius from where the station would be to look and see in a vision over 20 years or 25 years, how some of those numbers from the market analysis looks, as well as other goals that the town has and that we talked to Jay and Dana and Susan about, what goals there would be there and how can we begin to merge these together so that when transit and light rail comes to downtown Matthews, it comes in a way that is comfortable and appropriate for Matthews. So we looked at this node in downtown, and then to the right side of the screen, we looked at the node at the entertainment district, and you'll notice a couple of the streets that are labeled there: Spotswood, Surrey Green, Decker, Rosenwald. Those are the existing buildings that are now there and folks are living in there. And we use that as an existing conditions. And we actually, during our workshop, work with the developer that owns that area as well as other area around to incorporate portions of their vision along with visions for TOD at the time. So we tried to make sure that those things were connected. Next slide. So in the downtown vision, what we envisioned was an infill type of development. There's a really strong core character and sense of place in the downtown. And we want TOD to enhance that, not take away from it. And so you can see there at Matthews and Trade, the purple rectangle is sort of the placeholder for where the station would be located. And what we're showing is adjacent to the station, right behind it, and sort of at the four corners of Trade and Matthews, that there could be potential for redevelopment to happen there, again, over a 20 to 25-year period. And as we think about that long-term redevelopment, there's a couple of interesting topographical features there. The landscape sort of steps down from that intersection towards City Hall and towards Matthews Station Street. And what that allows is for the potential for a redevelopment of that block to include a 3 to 4 story tall building that might be built up to the street. And then tucked inside of it would be a structured parking garage that would help serve the downtown area. And I want to be clear on that. The type of station that we're envisioning for downtown Matthews is more of what we call a walk-up station. So it's not for commuters that would be coming in from areas and sort of loading up in the downtown, but rather as a sort of destination location where people from other areas would come here to come to this station and then walk towards and walk into the downtown. The structure that we're thinking about would be something that would help the downtown businesses grow and provide a little bit more parking in that core area. Along Matthews Station Street, we envision sort of a pedestrian connection that would connect down from the station right into the downtown core. And then as you kind of move west down Matthews, that's where the Silverline would come in from its alignment, and it would actually come in under Matthews Township Parkway. And we sort of call that area, I guess that's the lumber yard. And we saw that as a high potential for redevelopment, especially in terms of looking at office and mixed use, where that may be an opportunity to attract some Class A office space or some sort of larger footprint office space that would want to relocate into Matthews. A couple other quick notes. Fremont would remain open at Matthews Street, so that would not close from the Silverline connection. And then also we did look at potential within that half-mile radius down towards the historic district and adjacent to where the existing farmers market is for potential redevelopment along John Street that would be connected to the farmers market as well as the post office and the stormwater park that's there, and kind of provide some connection and some continuity to that overall downtown historic kind of sense of place there. Next slide. So part of our objective was not just to sort of, talk about where these things go and what it is, but actually give a sense of what it looks like. And so this first image is standing on Trade Street, looking north up towards Matthews and seeing kind of the sense of place and what that might look like with new buildings built up to the street, a lot of different kinds of people walking, restaurant space and that kind of a thing. A very similar environment to what's on Matthews Station. Next slide. And then this is looking over sort of west of Ames in the office and mixed use area where I said the Silverline would be coming in on Matthews Township. And you can kind of get a sense of some of those office buildings and how those might be connected with an extended Matthews Street that would come down and sort of turn around and connect back up to Trade through other existing right-of-ways. Next slide. And then this is sort of a detail of the entertainment district. And so here again, the area that is sort of just the solid brown buildings are those buildings that have been recently built, the Surrey Green. And we showed how that could expand in terms of a size of a block and something that's in kind with what is in downtown. So the footprints and the sizes and the scales are all very similar. One of the big ideas was to ensure that we had a lot of connections to the future Irvin's Creek Trail, as well as to the Sportsplex, and utilizing some of those green areas that are there today to form sort of green fingers that allow that to connect into the Sportsplex, as well as a new boulevard street that would connect and cross the Silverline and help connect some of the new development areas, as well as the Sportsplex roadway down into some of the neighborhoods. You also see that Independence Point Parkway in this example is extended all the way through and conceivably would continue towards the Sportsplex. And again, at the time we spoke with the developer about this and kind of helped to coordinate, and that was a few months ago. So this is as recent as we have spoken with them. Next slide. So as John noted, we also had the Stallings and Indian Trail, and this gives you a sense of the vision plans that we had for Stallings, which is there by the hospital, is sort of on the left side of that sketch in the upper left. And so their station would have a similar sort of redevelopment that we were showing. And then at Indian Trail, just around their city hall, and near their sports complex, just to the west of that, we would have what would be the end of the line station. And that is showing how some of that could be redeveloped, again, in a walkable block structure with a mix of different uses, and then trail connections into their core downtown. So a similar vibe for both of those as these become these sort of nodes of TOD along the Silverline. Next slide. And so another piece that we looked at as a kind of follow-up to those vision plans were what were some of the key capital projects that would be needed to ensure that the TOD plan would go as we sort of visioned it. And again, keeping in mind that this is a 20 to 25 year sort of vision for these things, we've identified a series of potential projects, including bicycle and pedestrian improvements, other street improvements, streetscapes, extensions like I talked about with Independence Point Parkway, and different things like that we talked about as sort of key infrastructure needs and are described in these documents. For Matthews and some of the other small towns, we also developed a regulatory white paper that took a look at the existing regulations and really tried to develop a framework for how certain transit-oriented development elements could be incorporated and integrated into the existing policies. We know that you have a comp plan, some comp plan updates coming up and some other things like that. And you already have some really good standards for buildings and for connectivity. And there are a couple other elements like the station area vision and equity policies that we've written about and said how they could be incorporated into policies as you guys determine their applicability in the future. So both from a physical standpoint in terms of infrastructure that's needed, as well as a regulatory and policy standpoint that aligns these two things together so that you can control how that development that will come with TOD will affect the downtown. And I think with that, I will hand it back over to John for next steps and questions.
All right, thank you, JP. So there are a few next steps in terms of this project, in terms of where the design team is. So for this project, the TOD study, again, we'll be wrapping this up next month. That will be the end of our grant cycle for this particular study. But we just received another grant as of about a few weeks ago. It's called an Equitable TOD Grant, which would kind of be a deeper dive into where we kind of left off in terms of this conversation about equity. Because as we all know, when we build these transit systems, there's lots of different issues that takes place. There's displacement, there's loss of affordable housing, some loss of small business. Some folks may feel that they're left out of the process, if you will, at that standpoint. So we want to really build on that and just have a deeper dive into community conversations about that, get some new ideas about how we can encourage inclusivity and how we can make sure that our policies and regulations can help to make sure that people can stay in place where possible, And also, again, addressing that issue about displacement and affordability. So I think all those things really are part of what this new TOD grant that we're going to be embarking on probably later on this summer will focus on. And you all were a part of that support for that grant effort. So thank you for being supportive of the extension of this current TOD study. As far as the design team, right now they're in 15% design and moving forward with their environmental impact studies and everything else going down the line. So you'll be hearing a lot more from Andy Mock and his team as they continue the design work for this next part of the project. So that's a quick update on where we are, and I'm glad to take any kind of questions that you all may have.
Thank you, John. We appreciate that very thorough report. I do have a question. Has your study looked at infrastructure, particularly water and sewer, that would need improvements or additions that would be needed to accommodate all this, high density development?
It didn't go quite that deep into the exact capacity issues or constraints that you've got. I think that would take place further on down the line, but essentially we're just looking at kind of those kind of surface level key considerations, but we didn't quite go into that deep of engineering analysis on this.
But it will come at some point.
I would think at some point further down, it will come to you.
And just quick, I think to contrast that, there's the element of the Silverline, which may not necessarily take any kind of water and sewer capacity issues. Then there's sort of what we're envisioning as the development. And we did look at some higher density, as you noted. And I think that aspect is something that part of that white paper study is how does some of those things that are being proposed, they're already mostly in line with what you have in your comp plan. So to the degree that you've accommodated for some of that in your future vision, and you will be updating that, there will be some accommodation there. But what the whole point of the TOD is, and this was sort of a lesson learned from the Blue Line, was that we really wanted to make sure that up front we prepare towns and prepare areas for the development that may come because of the excitement and the energy over the Silverline and the stations themselves. So we've shown sort of a vision. Maybe again with the Blue Line, in some cases the vision wasn't enough and it got a lot denser than what anybody expected. In other areas it might be a little bit lighter, but both of those things are tied to your comp plan, and that then is tied into your capacity issues. And so we, at least for any physical plan, we definitely looked at stormwater and made sure that there was an appropriation of space for those kinds of things. In terms of water and sewer, that would be something that would come as development starts happening.
Sure. All right. Do we have other questions or comments? Anyone? Not
I have a.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was trying to formulate a question, but I don't know that I can come up with one, but more of a statement and observation that hopefully we can, as a board, consider while we develop, this development plan. But recently, I read an article and saw sort of a graphic online about corporate landlords buying up affordable housing and how that affects areas. And if you look at Matthews, a lot of the areas that corporate landlords are buying and renting in the affordable housing in Matthews are very close to where the Silverline will go. And I think we will see that increase as time goes on. But we need to keep that in mind as we move forward. So in particular, Crestdale, is it Crestdale Crossing and into Rainbow Ridge? Those are the developments where corporate landlords are currently buying up housing. I hope that we can consider that, keep that in mind as we develop a plan for equitable housing in Matthews.
Good points. Do we have any other questions? All right. Well, thank you, John. Thank you, JP. We appreciate your presentation. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you in the coming weeks, months, and years, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. We'll move on to our next agenda item for our special early meeting, and that's a strategic plan and vision statement review from Maureen Keith. Maureen?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a brief update here on the strategic plan and where things stand. First, for the benefit of the group, just a quick overview of where we started and how we got to where we are. So we began the strategic planning process in April 2018 with a community meeting. We brought together over 100 residents and asked them their desired future and unwanted future for Matthews. And this served as the basis for the vision statements. Then in January, the vision statements were written and they were approved by the board and published. In July, we held our first strategic planning session with about 60 staff members who were tasked with taking the vision statements and turning it into a strategic plan. And it was a day-long planning session. In September, we held session 2 with a smaller group of town staff, and we were tasked that day with making sense of the output from the earlier meeting. So we began developing strategic themes for each vision. In January, we finalized the strategies reviewed by each department. In February of 2020, the board reviewed the strategies. We received feedback, incorporated that. Strategies were finalized in April 2020. Project was paused due to the pandemic and picked it back up again in September 2021. Revisited the strategies and reviewed by department heads. In November, I provided an update to the board, very similar to what you're receiving tonight. And we began transitioning what we had into a new, more streamlined format. So that's what we've been working on for the past several months, writing objectives and initiatives for each vision statement. So now what we are working on next is gathering small groups of staff who are going to be meeting to develop the outcome measures and fine-tune each of the 12 visions. And we expect the strategic plan to be finalized and sent to the board for approval this spring. And that is all I have for you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
All right, thank you, Maureen. Do we have any questions?
Are there any drafts of the strategic plan that can be released at this time?
Yes, we do have a draft. Almost all the objectives and initiatives are pretty well finalized. We just were waiting for staff to meet together one more time, since there's the people that are actually going to be working on them, and make sure that these were goals that we were setting for ourselves. So, but we can share a draft before those small group meetings if that's what the board wants to.
I personally would like to see it. Thank you.
Let me say that under Maureen's direction, we've done a really good job in paring our strategic plan down so that it's not just very verbose bunch of words that don't really mean anything. They really are succinct, and I really like the fact that we've done that to make it very clear, what our strategic vision is. So I'll look forward to seeing that, and if you can share an early version, that would be great with the board. Everybody would like to see it, I suppose. Seeing a few nods, a few no's.
Okay,
but,
thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. We'll move on to the next agenda item. Entertainment District update from Jay Camp.
All right, good evening. So Hazen, when I was talking to Hazen last month, said, well, what else do we need to go over with the orientation? I said, well, I had 90 minutes. What more could I talk about? But, the entertainment district is probably one of our longest running projects in town. This is something that began with, and if I know this is 60 pages. I don't know if anybody went through the attachments to this memo when it was first uploaded in January, but there's data going back to the 1980s when this was a proposed landfill. So, out of this county property that was once designated as a landfill, we now have Central Piedmont Community College and, of course, the Sportsplex. But as time marches on, we have changes in staff, changes in the board. I felt that it was good to take a time out and go back and look at the importance of this neighborhood. And I'm going to toggle real briefly over. Can you all see Polaris here on the screen? Oh, okay, sorry, yeah, thumbs up from the mayor. I can only see a few faces. The entertainment district essentially encompasses, and I should have drawn a line around it, but it's of course the Sportsplex, which is on plus or minus 180 acres, and then some of the private land adjoining it. Of course, the Briley, you've driven past that on Matthews Hill Road. That's currently, I guess that opened late last year or middle of last year. But the whole area encompasses about 250 acres. So over, I guess I would say going back to around 2000, we've completed numerous studies. We've created, you see at the bottom of that first bullet, we have a zoning category, the E&T zoning district, which the Sportsplex and the Briley area are zoned. We adopted a small area plan, or the board adopted a small area plan. We have policy statements, an overlay district, which the board adopted, let's say 2 or 3 years ago. And then we've got the TOD study now. So we've completed numerous projects over the years related to this land area. Now that the Sportsplex is built out, the focus is now turned to sort of the private sector piece of it. And let me bear with me for a moment. I'm going to skip through, and I'm only skipping to one page. We're not going through all 60 slides tonight. But I wanted to point you to what staff refers to as the Wolper plan. This was a joint venture or a joint project between County Park and Rec and the town to come up with the vision for those 250 acres. So as you can see, this is Independence Point Parkway that comes through the site. This is Sports Parkway. This is Elevation Church right here. So more or less, the plan that was put in place in 2007 was built out from the Sportsplex perspective. This area, the private development, highly illustrative. It just gave a vision for how that area could develop out. So it's not likely to look anything like that after 15 years, but it gave us an idea of where the private sector development could be. There are character images attached to it, what things could look like, development intensities, building heights, build out ratios of commercial, residential, and that sort of thing. So very, very important study that we still reference somewhat to this day. So what's going on right now? Of course, Providence Dixon rezoned the land where the Briley sits in 2017. That's 34 acres. And really what's been developed is only a small portion of that. Independence Point Parkway will come through the area, and they are readying a phase 2, which the board will see probably in the next month or two when the submittals come in for some age-restricted housing and potentially some of the first mixed use within that area. So we've got 359 units there. There's also another 80 acres owned by the Brigman family. And then at the last bullet point there, of course, we got the information earlier today that the NRP group has withdrawn their rezoning request. So that's one less item for us to review this evening. All right, so what is and let me rewind for a moment. Why is it called the E&T district? This vision, and when if we're reviewing the NRP group or any other proposal, what's important from a build out perspective here? And the goal at the end of the day was that this neighborhood build out is a vibrant mixed use development with destinations and activities. So this grand vision was that as tournaments come to town, as people are visiting the sportsplex, that you may have a hotel to stay at. You may come into town and want to park your car. The kids have their games, and then you're walking or biking distance or a short car ride to destinations in this neighborhood. You don't have to get in your car and drive other places. So the idea was rather unique, that we would have a very vibrant neighborhood directly adjacent to the sportsplex, and that's something we continue to push for. So items for the board to consider, and these could be future 5:30 conversations, things we may put on, request to put on the agenda in the coming months. But first is branding. I know that the Prophet Dixon group have been working on some ideas for branding. The area plan, and I think the area plan and the policy statement talk about the board or the town having some input on branding, because it will become known as something other than the E&T district, which is rather generic. Final alignments of Independence Point Parkway. That's obviously very, very important, as it does relate back to the Silverline there at number 4. Becky gave your board kind of an overview of what tax increment grant, well, actually what they are and what that request to fund infrastructure could be in the future. We are still continue to chat with County Economic Development about that, and we'll work with developers if they see fit to make a request for that as part of a development project. Number 5, ratio of residential to non-residential uses. This is a really important one. You'll recall that the text amendment that we've got a request to withdraw wanted to reduce the ratio of non-residential uses. This really is intended to be, and I can't say it enough times, a mixed-use neighborhood. This is not intended to be a fully residential neighborhood. There should be destinations and activities in that area. Number 6, how well does the plan build out conform to the ultimate vision? I've already talked about that at length, that we have numerous policy statements. There's a policy statement actually attached here that a previous board adopted, and we also have the area plan to guide that process. And then finally, the E&T zoning district and the plan kind of anticipated that this may or may not be built out with a master developer. So our what is a little bit more difficult when you don't have a master developer is working with different developers and making sure that it looks well planned out, that the sidewalks match, sidewalk width, street cross sections, things of that nature. So these are just a few of the items that I could come up with that are, I hate to call them decision points, but they're items that will be coming before your board, likely some of these this year, for discussion and maybe decision making. So I just wanted that was about as fast as I could go through a download of, as I said, 20-ish years of history related to that area. But happy to take any questions. I know I was kind of quick on it.
Thank you, Jay. For me personally, from the feedback that I've gotten consistently since I've been an elected official, particularly after a portion of the area has been developed, is where is that entertainment portion and where is the non-residential things? And you and I have discussed that, Jay. So that's very important. That's very important to our constituents. And I don't like seeing a continued emphasis on great majority being residential and nothing else, because we really want. And I know it's the chicken or egg thing. We've discussed this, Jay. You have to have people to support the businesses, but we really need that other piece, I think. Commissioner Tufano, do you have a comment?
No, I was just going to say exactly the same thing. I was a little confused in reading the UDO and comparing that against the development that's currently taking place. And I asked the same question: where is the entertainment? And where's the hotels? Where's the theaters and the quote unquote entertainment? The plans that we've been reviewing and probably are going to review tonight as well. I will ask that same question. Where is the entertainment? Where is the entertainment in the Briley area? It's before you know it, if we continue to develop the land in the way we're doing, we won't have any land for entertainment. And we have a phenomenal opportunity next to the Sportplex to do this. And I think, personally, I think it's being squandered. And I hope that direction changes.
So I think I'd like to jump in here. So Jay, the ordinance says when 600 units are built, at least 40,000 feet of commercial has to be built as well. Is that the ratio?
Correct.
So, I mean, Briley, for instance, came to the table first and they got 360 units in. And that's the problem without having a master developer. Somebody's going to, and they're going to want, it's easy to get financed for multifamily. They love building it. But all of us, staff and the board, have to hang tough. This is a good vision, but the developer has not done anything wrong. He's trying to take the path of least resistance, but sooner or later, the ordinance will kick in with the 40,000 feet, and the board can always change that if you guys see fit.
A question on that, Jay. I read it. Maybe I read the UDO incorrectly today, and hopefully you'll help me. I thought it said that the 40,000 square feet had to be built first before 600 units could be placed. Is that a misinterpretation?
Yeah, so as Hazen was saying, up to 600, I guess 599 is the stopping point. Once you hit 600 units, you need to have at least 40,000 feet of commercial space on the ground. So it put a cap on the amount of residential that could be developed before you had any commercial space in the district. And I think that was a recognition that, look, this was, and it's hard to picture that in 2022, but even in 2017, I'd been working with brokers looking at this site for years. And they said, look, Jay, no one wants to be here. It's not a proven location. The visibility is poor, access is poor. Our developers we talked to don't want to be here. So we had a developer that came in, took what seems silly to say now, but took what they may have perceived as a risk, felt that this was a good market. And that property sold for, I think, $120 million late last year. So, and it set some kind of statewide record. So what's happened now is that this has become a proven location, and we're hoping that it helps support our vision by the fact that someone's established a development out there. And be reminded that the Briley has a mixed use component that's unbuilt yet. So this was part of the plan that, this was the first phase, but that they would come in with additional development types. And I know I've talked a lot. The one piece I haven't mentioned is economic development in our tax base. This entertainment district was seen as an area that could help create a more sustainable tax base for the community. It was an area that we felt that, for instance, building heights are 80 feet. That's double most of our other zoning categories. So the idea was that this could be a more dense area of the town. It's relatively removed from existing single family, other than Crestdale sort of backs up to it a little bit, but that's another big aspect for your board to consider.
So your interpretation and what I'm hearing is they can build 599 units, but they can't build the 600th one until they put the 40,000 square feet in.
Well, yeah, so 600, I guess, whether 599 or 600. Yeah.
No.
So
I'm saying the way it reads. So you're saying they can put 599 residential units in there without violating the UDO. In other words, but if they want to put the 600th one in, they have to have 40,000 square feet. Is that what you're saying?
I think that's how it reads. I need to go back and double check.
And that's the problem right there. Okay, so they'll do exactly that.
Mr.
Yeah, we hope to see something materialize in this next phase that hopefully we'll be able to share with you supportly. I think a submittal to us is imminent on the next phase, and we're hopeful that it includes some non-residential uses.
Commissioner Urban.
Yeah, I would. Wyatt Dixon's been good to the community of Matthews. We all realize that. And I don't take such a pessimistic view. I have it on a very good authority, having met with Wyatt this week, that he is coming back to the town with his entitlement for the other lots. And those other lots are commercial spaces retail spaces, live work spaces, restaurant spaces, et cetera, because he realizes that he needs to have that component to make his heads on beds work. But we also have to understand the chicken and egg dilemma. And we've talked about this for 12 years. Until you have heads on beds, you will not achieve any commercial density, because the store is not going to plop in the middle of anywheres without people living there. And what Wyatt has set up is a really good start. It may not be perfect, but a really good start. And he's going to come back, and Jay's already sort of hinted at this, at the out parcels. I've seen his plan on some really exciting things, which has led me to have discussions with the NRP group about why they weren't connecting with what the Briley was doing. So I have good faith and confidence in the Wyatt Dixon group. They have not proved us wrong at this stage in the game what they've developed. So.
Yeah, I'd like to add, Wyatt Dixon's built a very quality development, but I have to push back a bit. I mean, prior to COVID, and when the Sportsplex is fully actuated, we expect there to be 100,000 plus visitors to our town.
Yeah.
And a couple of years ago, before COVID, on a Saturday or a weekend, you couldn't go to any restaurant in Matthews without 100 people in line wanting to buy lunch for their kids. Chick-fil-A, McDonald's, every place downtown was packed. So I think, hopefully I'm preaching to the choir with the developers, but they have a huge captured audience with all these visitors coming here that don't necessarily need to live there. With just tournaments continually every weekend, a lot of times through the week. There's going to be a lot of traffic in that area. And I just want to lift up that to Jay, and I think we've already had this discussion in the town staff, that I'm hearing that a lot. I'm sure other elected officials are. We're looking forward to that commercial piece, or at least something to come up, that's that will provide that entertainment component.
Yeah, the market has changed tremendously since the study was first done. I think it probably envisioned Dave and Buster's and movie theaters, and as people shop online more, the definition of an entertainment district is going to be different. It may be more shops, restaurants, maybe there's public art, splash pads, like other things that people can do while they're in town. I think in 2013-ish, a developer mentioned to me or throughout, what do you think about department stores here? We think we could get a couple of department store anchors, and that seems, it's been a decade, and that's hard to even fathom in this market where they're struggling to survive. So.
Now, I was talking with someone the other day, and they were commenting about the putt-putt golf course in Indian Land, which is packed all the time with families that are doing the putt-putt thing. And I did that a lot with my kids when they were little. So anything like that would draw, natural audience right here in Matthews would be great.
Well, we'll keep you all updated. You'll have a lot coming before you in this coming year. So I just hope this primer was helpful, and you know where to find me if you have any more questions.
That's great. Thank you.
Commissioner Garner has her hand up.
Sorry, go ahead.
I have a question, because when I read the UDO, it didn't read to me that 600 units could be built and then not build any commercial. So there's a tie to commercial being built in conjunction with residential, in my mind. Is that incorrect?
So let me go back and check, because the board adopted a policy statement that said that. And then we also created the entertainment district overlay, which I think put that policy into code. So I've got to go back and look at that overlay that the board adopted in, I think it was 2019 or 2020. I'm trying to recall. It's been about 2 years, but I'm pretty sure that it's formalized in the UDO in that text amendment that we did a couple of years ago.
If recollection serves, it said something about certificate of occupancy could not be granted.
Yes.
Beyond 600 until that 40,000 component was built.
Correct.
Right. I guess so. What I'm saying is that Wyatt Dixon could not walk away from his commercial development, or let's say he offers it for sale to another developer. We would still have that call to say this needs to be retail or this needs to be commercial. It wouldn't necessarily just revert back to the option of residential.
Right. The ownership doesn't matter at all. So it's based on being in that district. So he's got 240-ish additional units he can build out there, which he does plan to do. I don't think it's quite that many that are in his next phase.
All right, well, just keep us
That
apprised.
clarifies.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Garner, do you have something else?
I was just thanking him. It clarifies the intention and the statement behind the entertainment district.
I think we're going to see all this really heat up as we come out of COVID. So it's going to be an interesting time to be in Matthews and see what how that develops. So thank you, Jay.
I'll forward that overlay district to the, I can pull that up and forward it to you all separately if that's helpful.
All right, we'll move on to our next agenda item. And thank you, Mr. Camp. Item 4, having a HR overview from Tanya McGovern.
Good morning, or sorry, good evening, Mayor and Board. Tonight, I'm just going to take a few minutes of your time to give you a brief overview of human resources. HR is responsible for the entire life cycle of all employees, from posting of the job all the way through retirement and everything in between. Currently, HR does have 3.5 allocated positions. One of those positions is dedicated to risk management. The part-time position also has front desk duties at Town Hall. So that leaves 2.5 or 2.25 people performing all of the HR functions for approximately 170 full-time employees and around 80 part-time employees and volunteers. In your packet was a list of some of those responsibilities. But one thing I do want to point out is in the last 22 months have definitely been very interesting times with COVID. It's added a significantly new responsibility to HR's plate. And we've spent a lot of time staying up on the latest regulations, mandates, rules, and guidelines to help keep our organization and employees protected. In addition to the work created by the pandemic, we are also in the middle of implementing our new HRMS system that the board approved for us. And while we haven't fully implemented the system yet, we are already realizing the benefits of the system, and we're able to complete open enrollment this year using UKG, which is something that we're really proud of. It helped improve the experience for the employees, and it also helped to eliminate a lot of paperwork that HR staff had to deal with around open enrollment. So that was just a couple of quick things to point out. I don't know if you have any questions for me. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Tanya. Do we have any questions about HR? So you said the new software so far is working out well?
Yeah, so far it's working out well. It's taken a little while to implement because we're having to do it along with our regular duties, but so far it's great.
I wondered if we could take a moment, and this may be, Hazen, you may want to answer this, I don't know, but can you touch on employee privacy issues? I know that's been a frustration to previous boards, including to me, but just talk about what the rules are regarding privacy, employee conduct, and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, employee personnel records are confidential with a list of exceptions. I don't know if there's 7 or 11. Tanya, can you?
You're talking about 168, 160A, the general
Yeah,
statute?
like what's public information in employee personnel files?
So it's obviously name, current salary, any demotions or promotions. I can pull it up and tell you exactly.
I bring this up to our newer elected officials because it was frustrating to me when I was a newly elected official, but it makes sense. Just as in the corporate world, employee privacy is taken very seriously. And so if there is some misconduct or some sort of punishment taken by a supervisor, that we're not privy to any of that information. So that's all private.
I have it, Tanya. Do you want me to share my screen?
Yeah, you can, or I was going to run down the list either way, if you have it up, Becky.
So these are all the items that are public record, 1 through 12.
All right, thank you. I think that was good to review with everyone. We have any other questions or comments about HR? All right, not seeing them. Thank you, Tanya. We'll move on to the last item for our 5:30 meeting, the communications overview. Back to Maureen Keith.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to give you a quick overview of the town's communications. So how do we communicate to the citizens of Matthews? Well, our primary way is through our website. It's our main information hub for the town. We are continually improving and revamping sections of the website as necessary. We recently, the police department revamped their section, Parks and Rec as well, and we're working on the fire department now. So just always trying to stay current and make sure that we have the best information on our website. Citizens can sign up for e-notifications on our website, which is a really helpful tool that we try to push out to people. So if you're interested in a certain committee, or you want to know when the board's minutes are published, things like that, you can sign up, select what you're interested in, put your email address in, and you'll get those emails every day when those items are posted. Recently added a transparency portal to the website, just put all of our important documents in one section for people to easily find them. Social media, we have a presence on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Nextdoor. We have 13 total accounts townwide. Police, fire, parks and recreation, etc. We all have several accounts that we monitor, and we all work together to get the information out on social media. We have our Matthews Messenger digital newsletter. We send that out on the first Thursday of every month. We have a great open rate, 59% is actually pretty good. We don't have a ton of subscribers, so we are working on that and trying to keep people reading our newsletter. I also work a lot with media relations. We send out press releases. I handle media inquiries for the town. And I would like to be a resource for all of you for talking points, responding to the media, whatever you need. I am here to help. We have print materials. We have some brochures and other things that we put together. We send out an event calendar and recycling calendars every year. Those are mailed to residents. Those are the only mailers that we do each year. Town branding. So a couple of years ago, we worked to develop a town branding guide. So we have certain colors, fonts that we use when we're designing any graphics or any flyers, anything like that. We're really trying to have a cohesive professional look for all of our materials. Always trying to put an emphasis on the use of video. We know how important that is. We recently did our recruitment video and the Crestall Heritage Trail, two big projects that we worked on in the last year. And I think those both turned out great. Other special projects that I work on is our Matthews 101 Citizens Academy, which we do every fall. Love Matthews, that is a community celebration, basically, is what we did a couple of years ago. And the intention is to do it every year. With COVID, we ran into some issues. So we're working to keep the Love Matthews spirit alive in the community and figuring out some creative ways to do that. I also oversee our citizen survey. We worked with Western Carolina to do that last year, I think. And that was the first year that we actually mailed it out to residents as opposed to an opt-in survey of people online. So, and I think it was a successful project with some interesting results that were helpful for us. Also oversee the live streaming of town board meetings and citizen engagement. So past efforts with the board have included, we did coffee with a commissioner periodically. I also did breakfast with the mayor on a monthly basis, and some Facebook Live Q&As were just some of the things that we've done with some success at some of those events. And to looking ahead to some new ideas, we had tossed around the idea right before COVID of starting quarterly updates. So inviting people to come in to town hall and just kind of sit around casually and with the board presenting sort of a quarterly update to the community, and then having casual conversation and question and answers. We also talked about just making board members available for speaking engagements, as opposed to asking people to come to us, finding ways for town representatives and the board go out into the community. So those are some things that we're thinking about now, and I welcome any feedback from any of you on any of those ideas. I think that is it.
I have a quick
That's
question. The breakfast with the mayor, does the mayor pay for the breakfast?
I haven't done a breakfast with the mayor because my entire mayorship has been during COVID. So, yeah, I'll be happy to buy a few citizens breakfast if they want to come meet with me.
I do have a quick question. Maureen, how does one go about subscribing to the newsletter?
It's right on our website. You just go on our website. I can send the link. You just enter your email address right in there.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
But let me just say that those of us that have been an elected official for a while, certainly Commissioner Urban and maybe Commissioner Whitley, can recall how sometimes rumors would go rampant, et cetera. So Maureen's done a great job with all the social media output to tamp down when unfounded rumors or whatever come out. She's always right on there to correct any misunderstandings, which has been very, very helpful from an elected official standpoint. And she's also a fantastic resource when you get media inquiries. Definitely lean on Maureen. She does a great job. Are there any other questions or comments for Maureen? Commissioner Urban.
I would just say thank you to Maureen for everything she's done, and I would tell the board, young and old, that between her and Becky, if you get into a situation with the press, make sure that you inform them and they're there in the room or something to that effect, because I've been there many times, and they do this for a living. We don't. And sometimes you can get into a gotcha moment with the press very easily if you don't know them. And it's very good to have that by your side. So I can't say enough about having Maureen there at all times. And it's just as simple as you get contacted, you pick up the phone and call her, and she may say, oh, well, that particular reporter X, Y, or Z is looking to go down this bunny trail. Or you can actually just turn it over and Maureen will contact them and say, what's going on here? And then we'll arrange the formal meeting. I can't tell you how serious it is because what happens is the commissioner can get their foot stuck in their mouth very easily and end up contradicting 6 other board members. And then it takes 2 weeks to unravel from that standpoint. And I think in the 20 years I've been around town boards and all, we've done a pretty good, successful job of navigating it. It's not trying to be deceitful by any stretch of imagination. It's trying to give out very clear, transparent, responsible information and not getting sidetracked. Thank you, Maureen.
All right. Do we have any other questions or comments? Commissioner Garner.
I just want to applaud Maureen's ability to interact on Facebook. I've seen some hairy comments and I appreciate her responses to them.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments, questions? All right. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn, I guess. Do we need to do that for this session? Or is this all informational?
Yeah. Well, Lori, do you want to chime in?
Oh, I would suggest you go ahead and do that, Mayor, and then we can start again at 7.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Motion from Commissioner Tefano, a second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Tefano,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoover,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Garner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. We'll meet back here again. Please log in a few minutes before 7. Thank you.
John, did you get a new pair of glasses?
I did.
It's good.
I'm trying to look like, Buddy Holly.
I like it.
You look highly intelligent.
I like glasses you can see the frames too, so when I get really upset, I can say, Renee, then that has like that emphasis.
I will keep that in mind.
So I'm celebrating, I'm eating my little candy hearts.
You mean the worst Valentine's candy ever?
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
It's like chalk.
Then again, I like Necco candy.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's no hope for you, sir.
I think the same company makes those.
All right, everybody, it is 6:58. Please start making your way back. Turn your mics and cameras on.
Lori, you're like the wizard behind the curtain in the judgment of candy.
There have been many Halloween candy discussions in town hall.
What are the ones, Mary Jane's? Those are pretty bad.
Everybody be advised, I'm going to turn the recordings on. We still have about a minute to go before we start. Actually, scratch that. It is recording already. Mayor, it's 7 o'clock. You may begin when you're ready.
All right. Good evening. Welcome to our Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2022, Matthews Town Board meeting. I'm Mayor John Higdon. I'd like to start with some introductions. Tonight we have Mayor Pro Tem Ken McCool, Commissioner Garner, Commissioner Urban, Commissioner Hoover, Commissioner Tofano, Commissioner Whitley. We also have Assistant Town Manager Becky Hawk, our Planning Director Jay Camp, our Communications Coordinator Maureen Keith, Town Manager Hazen Blodgett, Town Clerk Lori Canapino, Town Attorney Charlie Buckley, and our Fire Chief Rob Kinnenberg, who will join us in a moment. I'd like to remind everyone that due to the number of COVID-19 cases in the region, this meeting of the Matthews Board of Commissioners will be conducted remotely. Once again, the mayor and commissioners will vote on each item by roll call vote, meaning each member will be polled to individually state their vote for the record, and they will also raise their hand or otherwise visually indicate their vote. We certainly hope to be going back to live in-person meetings in the very near future. We'll move on to the next agenda item, our invocation or moment of reflection from Commissioner Gina Hoover.
Thank you, Mayor. Our country is going through quite a lot, as we all are aware. I would just like to ask everyone to remember to pray for our country to be healed, to also remember our men and women in the military, first responders, and to remember those who may be struggling and hurting from day to day. With this being said, I would just like to close with a quote from Martin Luther King, Jr. "We must learn to live together as brothers and sisters, or perish together as fools. I have decided to stick with love. Hate is too great a burden to bear." Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoover. Very wise words there. Okay, we'll now go on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the
To
flag
the flag of the United States of
States of
America.
America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'd like to move on to agenda item number 4. I'd like to read into the record a proclamation in recognition of Black History Month. Whereas February has been designated as Black History Month, in which we pause to reflect on the contributions of the African American community, African Americans have been an important part of the history of Matthews and have made valuable and lasting contributions to the town of Matthews. And whereas Matthews is home to the Crestdale community, one of the oldest African American communities in North Carolina, the town of Matthews and the Crestdale community have worked to preserve this piece of local history by completing the Matthews Heritage Trail. Signage is placed at specific locations along the trail detailing some of the history and interesting facts about Crestdale. And whereas the first known African American residents in the Tanktown area beginning in 1880, including William Weddington, Harvey Downs, Ep Greer, and Henry Gaddy. In 1963, the school system changed the name of the school in Tanktown from Matthews Colored School to Crestdale. The entire community adopted the new name. And whereas Sam Boyd, the son of Reverend Henry Calvin Boyd, who started Mount Moriah Missionary Baptist Church, grew up in Tanktown. Sam and his wife Viola built their home on Crestdale Drive in 1944. Sam was unofficially known as the mayor of Crestdale for the many ways he helped the community. He represented the community on the Matthews School Board, helped to get Crestdale incorporated into Matthews, and began the Crestdale Community Association. And whereas Harvey Boyd, the youngest child of Viola and Sam, attended the Matthews Colored School, and at just 19 years old, Harvey designed the seal for Mecklenburg County that is still in use today. Harvey was one of the first Black staff members for the Charlotte Observer, working in the graphics department. He went on to attend Howard University and worked for the Washington Post. And after a career as a commercial artist, Harvey returned home to Crestdale. And whereas Dr. Selma Burke, a well-known artist and sculptor, often visited Matthews while growing up in Mooresville, North Carolina, Selma Burke Lane was named in her honor in 1992. Dr. Burke donated a bronze sculpture that is now proudly on display in the Matthews Town Hall. And whereas historic Roseland Cemetery is the home to the graves of approximately 75 to 125 souls, believed to be mostly freed slaves and African Americans. The cemetery was used for burial until the late 1950s. It was named a local historic landmark in 2012 by the Charlotte Mecklenburg Historic Landmark Commission. The Matthews Historical Foundation, together with Hope Thompson, recently led an effort to clean up and restore the property. The foundation continues working to identify those buried at the cemetery. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the town of Matthews does hereby recognize February as Black History Month, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the town of Matthews to be affixed this 14th day of February 2022. All right. Move on to agenda item number 5. Receive a COVID-19 update from Chief Rob Kinnenberg. Rob?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My report tonight comes from information from the Mecklenburg County COVID dashboard dated February 12th and the Charlotte Mecklenburg Public Health COVID situation report dated February 9th. Currently, we are experiencing 15.9% 7-day positive test average on an average of 18,187 tests daily. The 7-day average positive rate has declined steadily, dropping since January 24th high. Hospitalizations are also dropping since January 24th high of 90. We've experienced 268,000 cumulative cases which works out to 747 cases per 100,000. We've experienced 1,487 deaths countywide, and currently 71 facilities are in outbreak status. Mecklenburg County is still considered to be in high community spread based on the 15.9% positive rate. Locally, as of February 9th, 418 people are hospitalized due to COVID, a decrease from the high of 647 in mid-January. On February 1st, Atrium reported 141 patients on life support. 89% of those are unvaccinated and 73% are aged 18 to 64. 66% of Mecklenburg County residents are partially vaccinated, 62 are fully vaccinated, and 29% have received boosters as of February the 3rd. Vaccination rates have plateaued. Medic, police, first responders continue to see high numbers of employees impacted by COVID. Matthews PD has been particularly hard hit. Further modifications to response protocols will be implemented on March 1st, designed to better utilize ambulances for high priority transports. In 2021, EMS responses for Matthews Fire were up 45% over 2020, almost over 2,900 calls for service in 2021. Mecklenburg County Public Health Director Raynard Washington has recommended ceasing the mask mandate for Mecklenburg County, as many states and jurisdictions have considered, even though they are all still considered to be in high community spread threat. Matthews continues to follow the county's masking mandate. As I had stated earlier, we've implemented the CDC's 5-day isolation standards for vaccinated members who test positive for COVID, and drafted mandatory overtime policies for both police and fire so we can ensure the departments run smoothly should we have an outbreak. That concludes my report. I'll entertain any questions you might have.
Chief, when is the mask mandate going to be lifted? Are there any caveats with it?
Mr. Watt, originally it was 5% for 7 straight days. I'm not sure what specifically Dr. Washington recommended the county commission, but they did not take any action.
But I'm hearing that it is expected to be lifted sometime in the near future.
Yes.
Commissioner Tufano?
I was just wondering if there was any extrapolation of the data that you have to indicate what it might be a week from now or 2 weeks from now in terms of the infection rate. Do they publish that sort of thing?
No, sir. They don't do any predictive analysis.
All right, thank you.
Town manager, do you have a comment?
One thing I would say is the county manager said they're going to put it on the agenda for the 16th. You know, and then of course I jumped to that conclusion and eliminate masking on the 16th, but they don't go that, they haven't filled in that gap. So I don't know if they'll talk about it on the 16th and say the end of the month, or they'll make it go away effective on the 16th. So I guess we just got to wait and see what happens on the 16th.
Commissioner Hoover?
Yeah, I just had a question on the positive rates. Do they count that some of these people could be coming in from different counties like Union County? Because I know quite a few people who've been coming into Mecklenburg County and they've been positive, and you know, that's going to count, I guess, for Mecklenburg County, right?
If they're tested in Mecklenburg County, yes.
Yeah, because I know quite a few people who've come in and then they've been positive and they've been coming in Mecklenburg County. So they're counted as a Mecklenburg County positive then. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Garner?
Well, but to clarify Gina's question, the hospitalizations are for residents in Mecklenburg County. Is that correct, Chief?
To the best of my not, well, no. I
No.
think Atrium is reporting system-wide data for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg area. To be truthful, some of this data comes from Facebook, so I couldn't tell you what the source is.
Okay, so at the beginning of COVID, when we talked about it, they looked at the address of the person in the hospital and gave us data from that, but that was through the county and not through individual hospitals, if I remember correctly.
Right.
Are there outbreaks in any facilities in Matthews?
There were last time I looked, but I did not comb through the 71 today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hoover?
Kind of help Commissioner Gardner with that. Yeah, I can say my son lives in Union County. He came into Matthews to get tested. Well, actually, he came into Matthews to get a procedure done. 3 days later, he felt bad. 4th day, he was really sick. So he actually got COVID at the hospital here in Matthews. So yeah, we got to be careful with that.
Well, and I'm sure all of you have received your free test kits in the mail. So there, with the proliferation of home testing for COVID, the number of people that are actually reported as positive is probably going to be not reflective of the true number. People are not going to test positive at home and then go follow it up with stand 3 hours in line to follow it up with another test.
Commissioner McCool?
So I remember we went back in-person meetings when the mask mandate was lifted for that short period last year, I guess the end of this, during the summertime. Is there, since the mask mandate will be rescinded, does that mean that we're going to go back in person for, say, the next meeting of this month?
It's really at the will of the board. I won't make that decision on behalf of us. We'll poll the board and see what the will is. I also want to take into account the opinions of staff as well that have to attend the meetings. Town Manager Blodgett, you have said there will be some sort of accommodation for those employees that don't want to attend an in-person meeting.
The goal for the planning conference is to meet in person. I think the question's going to be, if there's no mask mandate, then, could sit around the table like we used to do, right? If there is a mask mandate, then I'd suggest we spread around the hood room, wear masks, and then staff that's not comfortable can be videoed in, really at their discretion in either case, by the way. So I think some of this is wait and see Wednesday and see what the county says. I do think the public's at the end of its tether. And my guess is the county's looking for some way to open this back up.
Based on the actions of the county in the past, they've always put some sort of caveat, or they said we're going to do it in 10 days or we're going to do it in a couple of weeks. If they haven't been real quick to say we're doing it right now, right? All right, any further comments? I guess the good news, which I've been hoping for so long, is we do see the light at the end of the tunnel. We are seeing number of cases, hospitalizations, deaths, et cetera, go down. So that's good. We're going to get there. All right. Thank you, Chief Kittenberg. We'll move on to agenda item number 6. Mr. Town Manager, do we have anything to be added to the agenda?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll go on to item 7, public comment. I do want to offer a clarifying comment before we go on to public comment, and that is regarding agenda item 12G, which is discussion about advisory board input regarding the Matthews Veterans Memorial Park. I will say, for those that may wish to publicly speak tonight, that it's the intention of this board to remand that item back to the committees, back to the Matthews Veterans Advisory Committee and Park and Rec, and let them handle it. If they have any further wishes for our board to get involved, and they would let us know at a later date. So that is the intent. There will be no vote to change anything with agenda item number 12G tonight. That being said, we'll go on to the public comment section. I thought that may want some of the commenters not to comment, but it's certainly up to you if you wish to. You may now also indicate your desire to make a public comment by using Zoom's raise hand feature. If you're on a desktop or mobile device, click raise hand in the webinar controls, and you will be recognized by the name listed in your Zoom window. If you have joined by telephone, dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll be recognized by your telephone number. And once you're called on, please unmute yourself, turn on your camera if you have one, and state your name for the record. You'll have 4 minutes to speak, and Lori will call on people by name and number. So, Lori, we had some folks that were pre-registered, so they can speak now if they wish.
That's correct, sir. I'm going to read out the names of the folks who have pre-registered, just so you know what order you'll be speaking in. First will be Howard Lavender. Second will be Michelle May. Third, Doug Rose. Fourth, Susan Chambers. And then I do have a written comment from someone who wasn't able to attend, and that will be read after all the live speakers. So, Mr. Lavender, you will have 4 minutes. We'll show the timer on the screen, and you can start when the timer starts counting down.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Lori, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm Howie Lavender, Chair of the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, PRAC. I'm here to talk about that motion to amend the PRAC bylaws to place any Matthews Veterans issue on a joint committee chaired by Matthews Veteran Advisory Committee, MVAC. I'm very disturbed by this situation. This has a questionable procedural history and a large number of misrepresentations. I refer you to Hazen's email chain of February 11th of this year. There's been a misrepresentation made to every member of this council that MVAC is fully behind this motion and was having problems with the current process. There were repeated misrepresentations to PRAC and to the MVAC chair on February 8th about how this item ended up on the agenda. And there were misrepresentations to Corey King at a Zoom meeting of January 21st, first that all veterans approved the proposed change. That's at 4 minutes and 30 seconds in. And that MVAC is 100% behind this at the 32-minute 40-second mark. Not to mention the attempts to get Corey to enter this change without committee input or town board action. Basically, there was an attempt to smoke this by town council before MVAC and PRAC could react, forcing them to accept it or try to overturn something already done. Commissioner Tofano only asked for this to be removed from tonight's agenda after his hands were caught in the proverbial cookie jar. This is the classic solution in search of a problem. Since referral to committees, MVAC and PRAC have been fully integrated throughout the entire process, with MVAC driving the bus on proposals first, as they have personal expertise and a high degree of emotional attachment. There have been no unresolved arguments or rancor of any type. This is my personal opinion, not that of PRAC, MVAC, or staff. Commissioner Tofano has gotten 90% of what he wants, but views PRAC as an impediment to his control over both the process and results. He has repeatedly told us that anything other than 100% of what he wants is, quote, unacceptable, end quote. This is a horrible precedent to set to carve out committee scope for parties with interest. MVAC is fair and honorable. Our problem is with the precedent, not with MVAC. By this argument, since everything in park involves trees or removal of trees, everything we do should be in a joint committee with tree and appearance in charge. Or the Matthews Dog Lovers Association should be on a joint committee with control over dog parks. We ask, I understand what you're going to do. We ask at the end of tonight and not sent back to the committees, that both committees have already commented on this and both are fully opposed to it. Let us continue to work voluntarily and cooperatively, as is under the current status, on each park with other involved committees, but do not create a new layer of bureaucracy. The following is also my personal opinion, not that of MVAC, not that of PRAC, its members, and not that of staff. The behavior involved, to use a phrase I've heard many times in the past year, is unacceptable. To have it performed by a Matthews Town commissioner is so far beyond unacceptable that I am having a hard time finding the proper word for it. I apologize for rushing through this, but wanted to make it in the 4 minutes. Thank you for allowing me to share this information with you.
Okay, our next speaker is Michelle May. Ms. May, you can start speaking once the timer starts counting down.
My name is Michelle.
Go ahead.
My name is Michelle May. I'm the chairman of MVAC. I'm also a United States Navy veteran, and I'm also the vice commander of Hooksor American Legion, though I'm not speaking in regards to Hooksor this evening. I'm speaking for MVAC. An item was put on the town agenda by Commissioner Tofano to change the scope of duties by MVAC without MVAC committee's knowledge and before the committee was given a chance to have votes. Attempts were made to circumvent a vote by town council in this matter. The commissioner went to the town of Matthews employees and other officials trying to get the bylaws changed. When he was refused, then this was placed on for hearing without MVAC or PRAC having a chance to be heard. The commissioner had opportunity to advise MVAC of his intentions on the February 2nd MVAC meeting, but kept silent. During the PRAC meeting is when I first learned and PRAC learned that this was on for a town agenda hearing. Commissioner Tofano on recording vehemently denied knowing who put it on for hearing and that he would find out who did it. We later learned who did it from the town manager. Mr. Tofano did it. The reason given to town council for this change was that PRAC and MVAC could not work together. PRAC and MVAC enjoy a good working relationship. MVAC has never felt their advice or opinions not fairly considered in the PRAC meetings. An emergency meeting of the MVAC Executive Committee has now taken place. The executive members feel we do not have the manpower, budget, or experience for such an endeavor and do not wish to take this on. They unanimously voted no. Commissioner Tofano sent an email yesterday to MVAC members stating the opportunity for MVAC to be primary voice for all town matters regarding Veterans Park in Matthews may have been lost, which is a total misrepresentation as MVAC still remains a primary voice. This matter has not even yet been decided by town council. He also told MVAC members, hopefully, I can have the opportunity to speak with each of you individually. I'm concerned, as well as Mr. Labner, on many of the things Mr. Labner mentioned, but especially my concerns are that a commissioner should not attempt to influence an advisory committee into his or her point of view, affecting votes or opinions. I personally ask that Commissioner Tofano be removed from MVAC due to attempts to influence members and create divisions between the committees and their members. Most of the problems that we have had in the past with any kind of, as Mr. Tofano has called it, difficulties has been from him. He refuses to accept anything except exactly 100% of what he wants, regardless of what MVAC thinks or what the veterans think. The veterans think what Mr. Tofano tells them to think. And I think this is setting a precedent that is very bad. The committees work well together. We really do not need interference at this point on having another subcommittee, another bureaucracy on top of us. I feel we are doing fine as we are. We never have any difficulties working out our differences. And I strongly feel that this does not need to go back for a vote. We have no problem to vote on. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The next speaker will be Doug Rose. Mr. Rose, you can begin speaking once the timer starts counting down.
Hello, my name is Doug Rose. I am the former MVAC chairperson. I've served in this role from December 2020 to January 2022. During this time, Ms. Tanya McGovern served as our town liaison. Through Tanya, we learned that the Board of Commissioners suggested committees begin collaborating with each other. I suggested to my committee at the time, MVAC, that we begin working with PRAC as our interests were aligned with the creation of the Veterans Park for the town of Matthews. This park was a dream desire of then Commander of the American Legion Post 235, Mark Tofano. After a public hearing, when the petition for Stumptown Park was, when the petition for Stumptown Park to be renamed Stumptown Veterans Memorial Park was voted down, I personally worked with Mr. Tufano and our two organizations, IMBAC and the American Legion, to push for a park within Stumptown. Through the labor of many and the coordination of PrAC and IMBAC, we finally received the Board of Commissioners approval for the new Matthews Veterans Memorial Park. Let me say it clearly that Mr. Tufano is a staunch supporter of veterans for the town of Matthews. No one can deny or refute that. Let me also make it clear that PrAC worked tirelessly with IMBAC on this park. I've had many conversations with Corey King and Howie Lavender of Parks and Recs about the park. Once the park was established, PrAC has been and is willing to work with IMBAC on our needs for the park. PrAC has continued to work with IMBAC on content-related items for the park to include the design, the mural, and educational panels. Again, Mr. Tufano is extremely involved in all of these efforts, and without his support, much of these endeavors would not have materialized. But today I want to address the board on Mr. Tufano's recent efforts to have IMBAC chairperson be the lead for the joint committee for the purpose of considering veteran matters for the Matthews Veterans Memorial Park. He proposes our chair lead the efforts, but that this joint committee submit recommendations for final approval to Parks and Recreation's Cultural Resource Department staff and to the town board of commissioners for final approval. First of all, this was never discussed in an IMBAC meeting, and second of all, I believe that we already received total support by PrAC to submit all things veterans related to the park, for the park. I don't see a need for a joint committee at this time or to change any of the current procedures for either committee related to the Matthews Veterans Memorial Park. Coordination between IMBAC and PrAC has been outstanding over the past year, and I see no reason why it should change. Thank you for your time.
Okay, our next speaker who registered in advance is Susan Chambers, but we don't actually see her in the list. Ms. Chambers, if you're perhaps logged in under a different name. Oh, I believe this might be Ms. Chambers. One moment, please. Susan, is that you under Charlotte Champions?
Yes, it is. Sorry, I
Excellent.
did not change it, but
That's okay. No worries. You can start talking once you see the count. Excuse me, the countdown start.
Yeah, there we go. I am Susan Chambers, and I am the vice chair of the Matthews Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. And I would just like to reiterate what Howie Lebner and Michelle have said, along with Doug Rose. Our two committees have worked beautifully together throughout this process. And the way that this was all brought about, as we were all kind of blindsided, if you will, by it, is totally unacceptable. And I believe that our committees should continue the way they are and continue to work together for the same cause. Thank you.
Okay, if Mayor, if you'd like to see if anyone else wants to speak, anyone in the audience?
Lori, did you have a comment from Sandy Lee?
I do have that I'll read next if you'd like.
Wait, go ahead.
This message is from Sandy Lee, and it reads as follows. Good evening. My name is Sandy Lee, and as an 8-year member of the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Advisory Committee, I appreciate the opportunity to provide written comments to address the proposal relating to changing the responsibilities of this committee. I would definitely be here tonight, except I am an education chair for our Global Impact Committee at Matthews United Methodist Church, and we are in a final planning session for our church's mission fair on February 20th. I chose to move to Matthews 9 years ago when I retired as assistant superintendent of Davidson County Schools. One of the many things I love about Matthews is our parks and all the events that we offer to our community. That is the reason that less than 1 year after I moved to Matthews, I applied to become a member of our Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resource Advisory Committee. I also served as a member of the Matthews Alive Board for 3 years. Our members of the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resource Advisory Board have worked in a cooperative manner with the Matthews Veterans Advisory Committee while Veterans Memorial Park has been developed as a park to honor our veterans. As a reminder, Veterans Memorial Park is physically located adjoining Stumptown Park. Since I lived in Matthews, I've seen how valuable and unique Stumptown Park is and appreciate the many events that occur in this park. Just a few of those events include concerts in the park, Matthews Live, Food Truck Friday, Positively Matthews, our 4th of July celebration, Easter activities for young children, and even yoga in the park. Therefore, it is important for one advisory committee to coordinate everything that occurs at the Veterans Memorial Park with all that occurs in Stumptown Park. I believe it is equally important for PRAC to oversee the development of all of our parks, including Veterans Memorial Park, again, making certain we are working in a cooperative manner with MVAC. I'm very excited that we are continuing to develop a dog park at Purser Halsey. While I would love for us to have suggestions and input from the Humane Society, or even various veterinary clinics in Matthews, I would not want us to relinquish our role in providing oversight for our dog park. Our goal as a committee has always been and should always be to work with our town staff with a vision toward making all aspects of our parks work together as a unified whole. For the above reasons, I strongly oppose the modification of the scopes and duties of PRAC to plan and oversee what occurs within our parks. And that is the end of her comment.
Thank you, Lori. Do we have anybody else that's indicated they would like to make a public comment tonight?
One moment, please. No, it appears we are completed with this.
All right, thank you. Move on to the next agenda item, number 8, recess the regular meeting for public hearings on applications to amend the Unified Development Ordinance and land use map of the.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to speak to this last topic that we were just talking about. I know at the beginning you had asked for it to go back to the committees and for them to talk and come back. As I listened carefully to Mr. Lambda, Ms. May, Mr. Rose, Ms. Chamber, there appears that they are on one accord. And in my living and in my past deliberation of things, when things go bad, I've learned that whenever in this time that we're living in now, that when you speak truth to a mistake, people that care about the person that made a mistake, and whenever we make a mistake, we have an opportunity to correct the mistake, and it seems to be the mistake is corrected. I understand how important the parks and veterans is to Mr. DeFano. I remember back when we voted on that, there was a lot of dissension. But when you look at it all, and I'm speaking as a veteran of the state of North Carolina, I served for 30 years. I'm not a veteran of the United States, but I have a strong desire and a love for veterans. My father-in-law, Mr. George G. Latham, I served in the Army and the Navy, World War II, and the Korean War, to the point that a lot of Mount Moriahans bought bricks at the veterans, and we dedicated them. Mr. Funner was there to dedicate that. I think we all, from listening to all of them, know how much he loves the veterans, and it has done a great job to the park to improve it for where it is. With that being said, Mr. Mayor, I see no point in carrying it back to the committees. All the committees have spoken that they get along together, and that's what we are supposed to do. We're supposed to
Can I stop you there, Commissioner Whitley? Why don't we discuss this under agenda item number 12G further?
Well, we can do that, but I just wanted to be clear that I don't want it to go back and them come back to us.
We can debate that when we get to agenda item 12G.
That'd be fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Again, moving on to agenda item number 8, recess regular meeting for public hearings on applications to amend the Unified Development Ordinance and land use map of the town of Matthews. I'll entertain such a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Mayor Pro Tem McCool, a second from Commissioner Garner. We'll take a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
Yes.
Commissioner Garner.
Yes.
Commissioner Urban.
Come back to me after the vote, Mr. Mayor. Yes.
Commissioner Hoover.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Commissioner Tufano.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Before we start into this business, I would like to ask Jay to introduce the planning board members in attendance, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In attendance this evening, we have our chair, Mike Foster, our vice chair, Natasha Edwards, Tom Dorsey, Jim Johnson, Howie Labner, Doug Rose, as well as staff members Rob Will, Nadine Bennett, and Darren Hallman.
Okay, great. As per usual, I will thank this committee for their hard work. They do a lot of difficult work for the town, and we're very appreciative. We'll go on to item 8A, and we have a request from Commissioner Urban to be recused from this. So, Sean, you are.
Yeah, both 2020-742 and 2020-743 item, the B item, are actually parcels that abut my property or our office park from that standpoint. So I think Charlie put a letter out there, per zoning conditions, we're not supposed to be involved in deliberating that. So I asked for that recusal to take place for both 2020-742 and 2021-743.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban, for bringing that to our attention, and you will now stand in as recused from this discussion. We'll go on to 8A, zoning application 2021-742, to change the zoning from I1 and I1CD to B3 CD and being properly designated 720 Lyle Cruz Circle and 641 Sam Newell Road, and further being designated as tax parcel 193-245-24 and a portion of 193-245-08. Mr. Will.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Happy Valentine's Day, and good evening, board members, and also members of the planning board. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and move on with my presentation. As the mayor said, this is application 2021-742, also known as Matthews Medical Office. This is a change in zoning. It is located at the corner of Team Road and Lyle Cruz Circle and Sam Newell Road. The existing zoning it's a split zone parcel. It's zoned straight I1 and then also I1CD. The proposed zoning is B3 conditional. Right now it's vacant and wooded. The proposal is to change the zoning from I1 and I1CD to B3 for the purpose of constructing a maximum of 45,000 square foot building devoted to medical, dental, optical, offices and clinics, and professional and general offices. Here is a aerial of the site. You can see it's kind of an odd shaped parcel. The pink line that goes down the middle is where on the western side is zoned I1, on the eastern side is zoned I1CD. You can also see that there is a 35-foot swim buffer that borders the western portion of this parcel. It is wooded and vacant. This is looking north on Matthews Township Parkway. We see a number of mature street trees and the wooded nature of the parcel. It's about 4.35 acres. Directly to the south is Matthews Township Parkway. Across Lyle Cruz is there's two light industrial buildings. To the east are a series of office and light industrial uses. To the west is Team Road, as well as the swim buffer that I mentioned and that is shown in this site. A portion was zoned I1CD. That was done back as a part of the Lyle Cruz Business Park. That's the previous zoning action. Okay, let's get into some of the site details. Stormwater management is to be off-site, contained off-site in an existing stormwater feature that I will show on my next slide. Maximum one principal building to be 45,000 square feet. There's about 228 parking spaces proposed. The maximum height of the building shall be 50 feet. The stormwater buffer is to remain undisturbed on the western portion of the site. Something that's interesting about this site, and we'll see in the next zoning case as well, because they're connected in a number of ways. This is one of them. A land swap is to occur to sort of shore up the corner of the Lau Cruz property and with the neighboring parcel along along Matthews Township Parkway. This is to be complete before the land swap is to be complete before any land disturbance permit is to be granted. Additionally, a separate vehicular and pedestrian connection is proposed to the adjacent site. Again, they are connected, even though they are separate zoning cases. Lastly, of note is a public improvement variance shall be applied for the planting strip and side path along Matthews Township Parkway and Teams Road. Okay, so I mentioned stormwater before. This is tract 4A, A4, excuse me. It is and bear with me here. It is the stormwater facility for the Cruz Road Business Park, which tract A3 is a part of. Right now, the post-construction ordinance stormwater is being reviewed by the county. Okay, let's get into some conceptual elevations. This is sort of what the building is supposed to look like. Brick with, I'm sure it will be called something different than signage, but we have yet to know what they decide, what they were going to call their building. My next three slides are a summary of the transportation impact analysis. Again, this is done, the TIA was done in conjunction with the neighboring property, which is the next zoning case. So I want us to be clear, we're focusing on zoning case 2021-742, but it's the TIA was done in conjunction with the next zoning case because they are so heavily intertwined. I'm not going to read through all of these, but basically at NC 51 and Monroe Road, the TIA suggested no improvements, but NCDOT in Matthews recommends restriping the southbound dual lefts into a two-way left turn lane. Along Sam Newell Road and 51, Matthews recommends PED signals across both legs and including crosswalks. And this was supported by the Transportation Advisory Committee at their last meeting. The NCDOT looks to maximize the eastbound turn lane storage, which would end up removing landscape median. Matthews maintains that the landscaping is important and should remain. The intersection number 4, which is Sam Newell and Cruz Road, we requested a signal warrant because of delay time that was indicated in the TIA. Just a couple more intersections to go over with you all. NC 51 and Access B, which is a crossover, it's unsignalized. The NCDOT recommends prohibiting eastbound U-turns at Access B. And We recognize that modifications to the 51 and median would require moving of landscaping between Sam Newell. Therefore, for us, a right in, right out is preferred. There are multimodal gaps that are identified in the pedestrian and bicycle, but they are not addressed currently. Land use plan does not specifically make a recommendation for this site. However, it considers the prohibition of rezonings which will not complement adjacent uses. Some of the NC 51 corridor action items are to prohibit strip commercialization along NC 51, promote mixed-use developments and planned business parks, and preserve mature trees along NC 51. The proposed change in zoning is generally consistent with the land use plan. Some staff comments and outstanding issues. Planning department feels that maybe a better site design is recommended, possibly 2 buildings with a parking deck to maximize the use of the site. And Public Works, again, the side path and planting strip along Matthews Township and Teams Road would require a public improvement variance to be approved. I'm going to stop sharing. I'd be happy to answer any questions. We also have a presentation from the applicant, but I'd be happy to take any questions for staff at this time.
Any questions from the elected body or the planning board? Commissioner Hoover.
Yes, Mr. Will, when was the TIA done? What date?
The TIA was done just recently. I don't have an exact date for you.
Okay.
But it was, we do have the applicant could probably answer that for us in a clear manner.
Commissioner Hoover, were you concerned about the effects of COVID maybe diluting that? Yeah, I think if it was done relatively recently, we're about back to normal, it appears to me. I mean, there's a lot of traffic out there right now, but certainly a few months ago, you're spot on. The traffic was much lighter. All right, are there any other questions for Rob from the elected body or anybody on the planning board? And I can't see all the planning board folks, so if you have a question, just type in. I'm not hearing any or seeing any, so Mr. Carmichael, do you want to go on with your presentation, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Lori, Randy Goddard is our traffic engineer, and could he be promoted to a panelist?
Absolutely. Give me just one moment.
Thank you, Lori. Can I share my screen, Mr. Mayor? Is that okay? Let's see. Here you go.
Sure.
Thank you all very much, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Board of Commissioners, and members of the Planning Board. My name is John Carmichael, and I'm working with the applicant, Flagship Healthcare Properties. With me tonight are Thorne Bassage and Dev Gregg of Flagship, Wesley Sherrill of Benish. Wesley is the site engineer, and Randy Goddard of Design Resource Group. Randy is the traffic engineer who prepared the traffic study. And Commissioner Hoover, we can ask Randy what the date of that study is. He can provide that for you. So as Rob stated, the site contains about 4.35 acres. It's located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Team Road and Matthews Township Parkway. This is an aerial of the site, of course. You can see Matthews Township Parkway here, Team Road, Lyles Cruz Circle is right here, right here. This is an office development here. Across the street or across 51 from this site are office uses here. And as Rob said, this site is a part of this industrial business park here. The site is currently zoned I1 and I1CD, which are industrial zoning, light industrial zoning districts. The parcels to the north, east, and south are also zoned light industrial I1 or I1 CD. So as the proposal is, or the request is to rezone the site from I1 and I1 CD to B3 CD to accommodate a maximum 45,000 square foot building on the site that could be devoted to medical, dental, optical offices and clinics and labs and professional and general offices. Flagship develops medical office buildings. They're based here in Charlotte. Well, not here, we're in Matthews, obviously, but they're based in the Matthews area and the Charlotte area. This would not be an urgent care facility. It would not have overnight beds. It would be your typical medical office users, dentists, general practitioners, those sorts of uses. This is the site plan. Matthews Township Parkway is to the south, Team Road is to the west, Lyles Cruise Circle is to the north. Access into the site would be from Lyles Cruise Circle by way of Team Road, and then there would be a connectivity between this site and the parcel to the east. And the parcel to the east is requested to have a left over here. You could make a left on 51 into the site and then right out only. So left in, right out. The tree save area for the site is located along the western and a portion of the southern boundary of the site. If you can see my cursor, the trees here are located in the rights of way for Team Road and Highway 51 respectively. The applicant is committing to install evergreen screen, and Rob, this is new. This is since we turned in the plan, but committing to install evergreen screening shrubs along this portion of the southern boundary of the site to provide additional screening from Highway 51, although this is pretty heavily treed here. Parking for the facility would be located between the building, primarily between the building and Lyles Cruise Circle. And then there would be, once again, pedestrian and vehicular connectivity between this site and the parcel to the east of the site. These are the building elevations. This is the elevation that would face the parking lot because patients could be dropped off at this covered front door here. And then you can see the side view of that covered front entry. The elevation facing Matthews Township Parkway would be here, if you can see my cursor. And this is a blow up of the elevations, just so you can see that the exterior building materials are labeled on the elevations, and it's essentially a brick building, 3 colors of brick. You've got red brick here and here, gray brick as an accent brick, and then you've got a darker red brick here for also as an accent brick. As Rob said, it'd be a 3-story building and the maximum height would be 50 feet. As Rob said, that the applicant would exchange approximately 2,700 square feet of its site for about 2,700 square feet of the property located to the east of the site, kind of to square these parcels up. And the applicant would pursue a public improvement variance for the planting strip and sidewalks along Matthews Township Parkway and Sam Newell Road. Regarding having 2 buildings and a structured parking facility, that would be a challenge for the site. What Flagship has found, and it's generally, although there's certainly cases where this exists, but that medical users prefer the surface parking. And then it's also the cost of a deck is pretty significant. And so it would be challenging from a commercial viability standpoint. But we feel like this is an attractive building that would provide more medical services to the citizens of Matthews. And we feel like it'd be consistent with the businesses that are nearby and surround the site. We certainly appreciate your consideration, and the team and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carmichael. Do we have any questions from the elected board or planning board? And Mr. Goddard has joined us if you have any further questions about the traffic impact analysis.
I just wanted to say that I had asked Hazen, our town manager, Hazen Blodgett, if there was going to be any expansion plans for Highway 51 along that area, which might encroach upon this layout. And I was told that there was not at this time. So whatever frontage we have here is properly represented, and it appears that it's going to stay that way for quite some time. The only concern I have is that the property facing the motorway is properly landscaped and attractive to look at. One of the, I think, difficulties we have here in town is what I call curb appeal. And I would hope that whatever landscaping plans and tree save that we can do to keep that curb appeal for this building would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Stefano, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you. I'd actually have an email from the state into my PowerPoint. We had looked into that as well, and we got the same information that you did, that there was no plan to widen 51 at this location. But thank you for bringing that up.
John, what is the setback there?
So this is a 40-foot setback, Mayor, from this. Can you see my cursor?
I have changed views. Wait a second. Okay, go ahead.
So my cursor is on the property line. So this means all these trees here, are in the right of way. So the property line is here, and then there's there's 40-foot setback from this property line. This dimension is 40 feet.
Yeah, just to Commissioner Tefano's point, if someday they did decide to widen it, it looks like you could probably put at least a lane there without a significant impact, perhaps. Commissioner Garner.
John, do you have an image that shows the elevation change from Highway 51 to the building?
I do not, Commissioner Garner. Let me see here. Ken Thorne, can you speak to that, or
yeah,
Wesley?
I can't. Hear me okay? Can anybody?
You're going in and out. And my point was, before you get started, was that there's a dramatic drop. And so, even with the landscaping that they put in, a lot of that won't be visible from 51, but I'll let you go.
Thank you, Renee. Can you hear me any better now?
Yes.
Everybody? Okay, thanks. Yeah, as Renee said, both along Team Road and Highway 51, you've got quite a significant drop in topography. I mean, 20 to 30 feet or more in some places. And also between our development and Team Road, and also between a portion of 51 in our development, you've got a stream with a stream buffer that's protected. So there's quite a lot of area and trees that we won't be able to touch regardless. And I'm not going to say that you couldn't do it, but if you did widen 51 in that location, it would be a massive undertaking with, retaining the soil and trying to protect the stream in order to encroach into that right of way further. If you go out there and take a look, you'll see that there's a guardrail, and then you have immediately behind the guardrail some mature trees lining the street. And then maybe you've got 5 or 6 feet of relatively flat earth before it really starts dropping off steeply.
Yeah, let's hope they never decide to widen it.
You know the elevation difference?
I don't. I'd be happy to see if that's picked up on our survey, because a lot of that is in right of way, but I can look into that and get back to you. I just don't know. I've walked it myself, so I'm saying 20 to 30 feet in some places just walking the site a couple weeks ago. But I can look into exactly what that is. See if we can get back to you.
Thank you. I think that would be important to some of the commissioners to understand the visibility of that backside of that building.
Understand.
Just a positive comment I'd like to pass along is I really appreciate the protected entrance area. A lot of the other buildings have that are medical buildings, like First Charlotte Physicians there in Matthews and the hospital. And it's particularly helpful if you have somebody in a wheelchair, someone that's very ill, they don't want to, walk through the rain and weather to go into the building. So that's a nice feature. Do we have any other comments or questions for the applicant or for Will by any elected officials or anybody on the planning board? All right, hearing none. Lori, have any public hearing commenters registered in advance to speak?
Yes. James Crawford will be giving a live comment, and then we do have a written comment as well. Just one moment, we'll get Mr. Crawford.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Crawford, are you still present? Please raise your hand on Zoom if you are. I believe he dropped off the meeting. Okay, one moment, I'll get the written comment. Okay, the written comment is from Lance Berger of Greenway Realty Management. It's the same comment actually for this item and the next one, and it reads as follows. My name is Lance Berger. I am a property manager with Greenway Management Company. Greenway manages the property of Matthews Professional Center and represents the building owners located at Mann Drive, immediately adjacent to the subject parcels being considered for rezoning. Matthews Professional Center and the Cruise Business Park each own half of Mann Drive. Mann Drive is a private road. It is our understanding that since there is 90-degree perpendicular parking on Mann Drive, that Mann Drive is very unlikely to be converted or accepted as a town street. Both zoning applications, with more emphasis on the medical office building, will rely on the use of Mann Drive to access Lyle Cruise Road and then in and out of their parking lots. This additional amount of traffic would exponentially increase the wear and tear on Mann Drive, thus the cost of the potential road maintenance will increase. We respectfully request the town board ask the petitioners to address and provide relief to the potential problem. That is the end of that comment.
Okay, does the petitioner have any response to that?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. We will have access points on Wild Cruise Circle, but Thorne, you're part of that business park, so you have the right to use that road, and you go ahead, and you'll be helping to maintain it, correct?
That's right. Yeah, I'd certainly. Was it Lance Berger? We'd certainly be happy to meet and discuss this with him. But my understanding is that when we develop this site, we are part of the same association that manages the private streets. So by developing the site with our building, we are entering the equation for sharing of the maintenance cost. So the association was set up such that as these parcels are developed, the owners of those parcels have to contribute to the maintenance of the private streets. So we will be contributing, is my understanding.
So we can, but Mayor, Thorne, we can reach out to Mr. Berger.
Yeah,
I would suggest you do that. All right. Any other comments, Lori?
One moment, please. No, sir.
So you just checked the Zoom audience?
I did.
Okay.
Commissioner Gardner, this is Wesley Sherrill. I'm the civil engineer on the project. And you had asked about the difference in topography. And while the discussion was going on, I did look at the survey, and it ranges anywhere from 14 to about 25 feet below the elevation of Highway 51, Matthews Township Parkway.
Thank you. I know that it's perspective makes it difficult, but is there a way to kind of show other commissioners where that falls in line with the building, or maybe a visual of what it would look like looking down from 51 at the building sometime at our next meeting?
Yes, we could cut a profile that shows that.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no further comments, this application will be heard by the planning board on February 22nd and come back to our board of commissioners on March 14th. So thank you. Move on to the next related item, zoning application 2021-743. The change of zoning from R20, B1, I1, and I1CD to B1CD and BHCD on those certain properties also currently designated as 633 Sam Newell Road, 641 Sam Newell Road, and 720 Lyle Cruz Circle, and further being designated as tax parcels 193-245-11, 193-245-08, and a portion of 193-245-24. Mr. Will.
Thank you once again, Mr. Mayor, members of the board, members of the planning board. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen for my presentation. Again, as the mayor mentioned, this is application 2021-743, change in zoning. This location, right adjacent to our previous location, but different zoning and different proposed uses. This one's always been interesting to me since I've started working in Matthews. It's got 4 different zonings on 2 different parcels, kind of a mishmash, R20, B1, I1, and I1CD. They're proposing to change the zoning to B1CD and BHCD to accommodate a maximum 4,000 square foot building that could be used for a financial institution or other non-residential use, and a maximum 4,500 square foot building for a restaurant with drive-through service or other specified non-residential use. The parcel that I have outlined is a portion of what we're talking about. This also this wooded portion here at the corner of Sam Newell and Matthews Township Parkway 51 is also considered part of the rezoning. It is partially wooded. There is, but then there's also an old concrete pad footer there. We can see it a little bit better in perspective with this. Partially wooded and vacant. It's about 3.27 acres. Directly to the south of the site, across Matthews Township Parkway is Walgreens. To the north are a series of offices and light industrial uses. To the east across Sam Newell is a CVS. A portion of the property was zoned I1CD, which was a part of the Lyle Cruz Business Park, similar to our previous rezoning case. So this is the proposed site plan. There are 2 development areas. Development area A, which is right on the corner, and development area B, which is adjacent to Matthews Township Parkway. Hang on, I just have to move my screen a little bit here. There we go. Development area B is to be zoned, development area A is to be rezoned B1CD and is proposed for the 4,000 square foot bank or financial institution. Development area B is proposed to be zoned BH, which is business highway. And proposed use there is a 4,500 square foot drive-through restaurant. Again, the land swap with the previous zoning case applies to this rezoning as well. They're going to look to take in some of the area over here and trade off this area here. Maximum height of the buildings is to be 40 feet. So they're proposing a limited number of conditional uses for each of the development areas. They are listed here. Development area A, which would be B1, would be a bank, general professional office, laboratory or research facility, medical, dental, office and clinic, or retail sales and general merchandise. Development area B, which is zoned to be zone BH, is the limited number of uses are general and professional office, laboratory and research facility, medical or dental, medical dental office, retail bakery, restaurant, lounge, and nightclub without drive-through, restaurant with drive-through, and retail sales or general merchandise. Planning staff thought it was important to point out that the existing restaurants with drive-throughs, with the exception of the old Burger King, which is no longer there, are all along Highway 74. So we've got Bojangles, South 21, Chick-fil-A, McDonald's, Krispy Kreme, and Dunkin' Donuts. So no conceptual elevations were provided at the time this staff report was written, but I believe that the applicant has a presentation with proposed elevations. Again, I won't spend too much time on this unless there's some more questions, but this was the same TIA done for both sites. And so you can see here, access A, an intersection or an entranceway will be right in, right out off of Sam Newell. And intersection 8 will be a right in, right out with a left in. This is referred to as access B. Again, these were the intersection summaries from the TIA and responses from the NCDOT in town. The slides are identical to the previous rezoning, so I'll skim through those and then answer any questions if the board has them. Land use plan, again, does not specifically make a recommendation. However, it considers rezonings which will not complement adjacent land uses to not be a good idea. Prohibit strip commercialization along 51. Promote mixed-use developments and planned development parks along Matthews Township Parkway. Preserve mature trees along NC 51. In general, and this is a very general statement, I want to emphasize that, one of the corridor NC 51 action items is to prohibit commercial strip commercialization along 51. So if you would consider the proposed development as strip commercialization, it is not generally consistent with the land use plan. Lastly, the drive-through encroaches into the Highway 51 overlay setback. This may be permitted with an exception made by the planning director. Again, this is a significant gateway to the town and should be treated as such. So I just put that in there for the board's consideration, and that it is an important gateway to the town. So I would be happy to answer any questions for staff at this time, but I know that the applicant is here again and they have a presentation as well.
Rob, your presentation mentioned a nightclub or lounge without drive-through. Are there such a things with drive-through? Do we have lounges in town with a drive-through?
That is one of the puzzling things in our UDO as to why restaurants without and lounges without a drive-through are lumped together. I don't have an answer for you, but no, they would not.
I was being
No
a little
lounge with a
sarcastic.
drive-through.
Yeah, I think we're not in New Orleans where you get a to-go cup, right? So, are there any questions for Mr. Will before we move on to the applicant? Commissioner Garner.
On that, on the design, we just talked about transit-oriented development earlier this evening. Can you kind of show where the Silverline crosses 51 in relation to these two lots?
Hang on a sec. Yes, let me go ahead and share my screen again. And now that I'm looking at this, I'm not exactly sure where the alignment of the Silverline will be in this area. I apologize for that. Maybe Jay has an idea, or the applicant can help answer that question.
Yeah, so there was a time probably 7 or 8 years ago where it may have crossed through at this intersection, but now the alignment would be sort of page left, just off the screen, closest to Matthew Street. So as you go up 51, just off this map where the train tracks cross under Township Parkway and Matthew Street sort of dead ends at Matthews Building Supply, that's where the Silverline would deviate off of Monroe Road, kind of through Industrial Drive, and then it's going to come down Matthew Street.
I'm looking at the map that was shown earlier tonight, and it looks like there's a building kind of peeking to the left as a triangle, and then it looks like it runs just left of that, if that describes it accurately.
Yeah, it should not impact either of these properties.
Right. I'm not thinking about how it impacts the property, but the proximity of it to both of those developments, especially in relation to a drive-through facility and the contradiction of transit and car-centric cultures.
All right, Mr. Carmichael, would you like to give your presentation, sir?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, we appreciate it. Laurie, could you promote Lat Purser to a panelist, please?
Certainly, one moment.
Thank you. And before I get going, so I don't forget, Randy, can you tell Commissioner Hoover the date of the TIA? Just want to make sure I don't forget about that.
Certainly, I was going to bring it back up anyway. The TIA is dated November 21. The traffic counts were taken September 14th of 21 while school was in session. So I think it was, pretty safe to say that it covered a fairly high amount of traffic, and it was probably more of after COVID.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Board of Commissioners and members of the Planning Board, I'm John Carmichael, and I'm working with the applicant, David W. Hull Jr. With me tonight are Lat Purser of Lat Purser and Associates. I believe Mr. Hoyle is online, and Randy Goddard of Design Resource Group. I don't believe Mr. Upton with the Isaacs Group is with us tonight. The site contains about 3.3 acres. It's located at the hard corner of Sam Newell Road and Matthews Township Parkway, the northwest corner of that intersection. This is an aerial of the site. And then this is a zoomed in aerial. Across Matthews Township Parkway from the site is a Walgreens. Across Sam Newell Road is a Walgreens, and then catty corner is First Citizens Bank. The site, as Rob alluded to, has 4 different zoning classifications. It's currently zoned R20, B1, I1, and I1CD. I've been doing this kind of work for 20 years. I've never seen a 3.3 acre parcel have 4 zoning classifications. That is interesting. The applicant is requesting that the site be rezoned to B1CD and BHCD to accommodate a maximum 4,000 square foot building that could be devoted to a financial institution or other specified non-residential uses. And those other specified non-residential uses are set forth on the rezoning plan, and they are general and professional office uses, medical, dental, optical offices and clinics and labs, and retail uses. And then a second building that would have a maximum size of 4,500 square feet that could be devoted to a restaurant with drive-through windows or other specified non-residential uses. And those uses are general and professional offices, medical, dental, optical offices and clinics and labs, restaurants without drive-through windows, and retail uses. And the reason the word lounge is in there is because for some reason they're all grouped in the same classification in the UDO. One thought I had while I was preparing for the hearing tonight is we do have elevations that will be a part of the rezoning plan that I'll share with you in a moment. We'll probably, we would want to add to the rezoning plan the ability to come back to the board to change the elevations if a use change, so that you would still feel comfortable with a quality design, but also allow, if let's say the restaurant closed and you wanted to put a medical office there, then they would want the ability to change the exterior of their building, and we'd want the board to have the ability to have an input in that and to approve or deny it. And a good example I think that really worked is the old drugstore at John Street in 51 that's now a medical office use. That's where my doctor is. I was shocked when I went to see him last time. I think it looks great, and then it's a great reuse of that facility. But I know that's not the subject of our hearing tonight, but we would want to add the ability to come back with elevations if possible. So this is the site plan, 2 buildings. This would be the financial institution here, 4,000 square foot building. To the rear would be an ATM machine where you could drive up to the ATM and make a deposit or a withdrawal. This is the proposed restaurant building, maximum of 4,500 square feet. There'd be indoor dining as well as outdoor dining areas. This would be the drive-through window. There would be a 3-foot tall brick screen wall here to help screen these vehicles from Matthews Township Parkway. A 10-foot wide multi-use path would be installed along the site's frontages on Sam Newell Road and Matthews Township Parkway. The maximum height of any building on the site would be 40 feet. Along the northern boundary of the site, the applicant is proposing a pedestrian connection to the office park to the north. And then the applicant is happy to either put a more dense evergreen screening along this northern property line or to add a wooden screen fence along that northern property line. Access, once again, would be by way of a right in, right out from Sam Newell Road. The applicant would install a right turn lane here where my cursor is. And then this would be a leftover, meaning you could turn left into the facility. You could not turn left out. It'd be right in, right out, and left over. And there would be pedestrian vehicular connectivity between this site and the medical building site. These are the building elevations. This is the 4,000 square foot building that would be a financial institution. This is the southern elevation, or the elevation facing Matthews Township Parkway. This is the eastern elevation that would face Sam Newell Road. So these are the elevations that would face the public streets. This is the northern elevation that would face the parking lot and the office park to the north. And this is the westerly elevation. It's more back of house. It would face the restaurant building. So it would face in turn, it faced the yeah, the west to the west, it would face the restaurant building. And then this is the proposed restaurant building that's 4,500 square feet. This would be the eastern elevation at the top that would face Sam Newell Road. This would be the elevation facing Matthews Township Parkway. This would be the drive-through window here. This would be the northern elevation facing the internal parking lot. And then this would be the western elevation facing the drive-through lane. And this would face the medical building to the west of the site. We do think that the use is consistent with the uses at the other corners of this intersection and would be compatible with the surrounding area. In terms of the drive-through, the applicant would like the drive-through to function as shown on the plan rather than circulating here, if you can see my cursor, just to avoid a situation where people are having to walk through a drive-through line to access the building. I feel like that's a safer condition, particularly with this particular user that Lat Purser is working with. But we do appreciate the work that planning staff's put into this, and we appreciate your time and we appreciate your consideration. And we've got our folks here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Are there any questions? Commissioner Tofano.
Yes, Mr. Carmichael, could you be so kind as to use your cursor and point to the sides of the buildings with those very unattractive facades and where they are? I'm assuming they're pointing toward each other.
So so let me do this for you, Commissioner Tofano. So this is the financial institution. This is the westerly elevation. I assume that's what you're referring to.
Yes, and also the other one, that one right there. Whoops.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and show. So this here,
yes,
is this.
Okay.
And these need to be labeled with north, south, east, and west. But this here is facing, and Lat, you tell me if I'm wrong, please, is facing. Is this I'm sorry, gosh, is this here? So,
okay.
So both face to the west, in other words.
I understand. As Rob said in the early part, that this is one of our main entrances into our town. And even though this is on 51, it still needs to maintain a high degree of curb appeal, and to use that term again. The drive-through lane facing 51, I think personally is a real eyesore. And I know that your client would like it to be that way, but I think that there could be a way that could be moved to another location where the safety concerns could be mitigated. I don't believe a 3-foot high buffer is adequate to screen that type of view. But as far as the bank is concerned, I'm glad that's coming into town. I mean, that's Chase is fighting the trend and actually building brick and mortar when all the other branches are closing down. So it's good to see that coming into town, and it's a good company, and they'll have good paying jobs. But as far as the drive-through is concerned, if there's something we can do about the drive-through facing 51, I think that would be a major step forward. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
Can you comment on, is this drive-through going to be a local company or is it going to be a national chain? Because I know we have in town, we have like South 21, which is a local drive-through, or is this going to become a chain?
John, I guess I'll touch on this. The user we're talking to is national. They're primarily a sit-down restaurant. They're currently in the market. As with many restaurants nowadays, there is a large pickup component to their business nowadays. And so when talking to them about the stacking of the drive-through, their average stacking is just about 6 cars up to 8 cars. We've provided 12 here, and it's just a pickup lane. So they're not fast food. The primary use is to sit down, which is why they're so focused on, providing a safe entrance from the parking into the main entrance, and the drive-through is more of an accessory use for them. But it's also the reason they don't want it impacting the primary entrance and creating a buffer for people that want to go in, especially people that may be a bit older or younger, and those cars could pose a risk.
Mr. Goddard, do you concur with that there wouldn't be an issue with stacking coming all the way back up to 51? Because that's a concern I have.
I really don't see an issue with this particular user with that type of stacking. Again, it's not fast food. This site, I'm sure, exceeds the minimum requirement for stacking. It's not going to be like what you would see with a Chick-fil-A or something like that. And then even if it extended out, there's quite a ways for it to go before it even starts heading back towards 51.
Okay. Yeah, I think Chick-fil-A is the thing we all, the example we see where we've seen the cars pile out into the major thoroughfares. Commissioner Garner.
I do think as we consider this, we're not considering one tenant. We're thinking of the use of the building as a drive-through and who any future user might be. So limiting it to one user that may have a 6-car stack, is really limiting how we should, as a board, should view this proposal.
Jay, do we have any restriction on a drive-through in this area through an overlay or anything like that?
The location is restricted of the pavement in front of the building. So if you look at the highway overlay district, parking and circulation are generally located to the side and rear of buildings. So if you look at newer construction over the past 15 or 20 years, there have been a few exceptions. I know the Walgreens received an exception probably about 15 or 20 years ago, but generally speaking, parking is to the side and rear. That Rob did mention there's a allowance in the code that says I can allow variances to it, which essentially, if the board were to approve this, then I would approve it during site plan review. But I'm like not making a judgment call until the board, votes on the zoning.
I guess another question I have is this zoning request is a package deal. There would be no benefit to this board approving one and not the other use. Not sure.
You're talking about these two buildings, not right. This and the medical.
Oh, right. Yeah, these two buildings on this zoning request.
Well, I mean, any changes you suggest that the applicant would have to agree to, but for instance, you could approve this for a restaurant without drive-through, if the drive-through were an issue, for instance, but the applicant would have to agree to that change.
All right. Are there any other questions? Commissioner Whitley.
Yeah, I think I'm correct. Is this going to be a Panera Bread restaurant? John?
Well, Commissioner Whitley, we can't guarantee that through this process. That is who Mr. Purser and Commissioner McCool, that was Black Purser who answered your question and who spoke a moment ago. So that's who he has been working with, and that's what this is. But through the rezoning, as Commissioner Garner said, you wouldn't restrict it to that tenant. But I'm thinking of ways and I can't respond tonight, but I'm thinking of ways in which we can respond to you to hopefully address some of your comments, which I can follow up with you on those. And of course, I
Yeah,
would certainly
and
make Jay and Rob aware of those.
My reason for asking, because I know the drive-throughs are very important now in pandemic time, certainly with banks and restaurants. So a lot of people still don't want to go in and sit down, but they could certainly drive through a restaurant. And that's my reason for asking. I know the Panera Bread and Indian Trail has a drive-through. It's not facing 74, but it's facing the side street. And I use that quite a bit, and it's very convenient in this time that we're living in. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from the elected officials or planning board members? Commissioner Garner.
This is for the planning department, but it's under consistency. It says it's not generally consistent with the land use plan. So what would you find consistent with the land use plan?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I would find something that's maybe a little bit more well, I was thinking of this as basically your just out parcel development, and in terms of being consistent with the land use plan, it's kind of tough to say with our land use plan the way it is what would be consistent, but this just didn't seem to and granted, this is sort of my professional opinion, it just didn't seem to fit with the intention of a important gateway into the town of Matthews.
Thank you. I mean, that echoes my thoughts or hits on some of my thoughts, and that every meeting when we discuss planning issues, we discuss the dwindling land in Matthews. And when I personally see developments that are, I mean, these would be fairly large buildings, but surrounded by large swaths of asphalt, are we maximizing that space? And this to me does not seem like we're maximizing the space, especially on a corner where transit in Matthews is limited, but we have a park and ride down Sam Newell. We have a bus route that goes down 51. And then in the hopefully not too distant future, the Silverline will also be near that intersection, and the message that a development like this sends is a car-centric culture, and is that what we want to represent as a town?
All right. Are there any other questions or comments from elected officials or the planning board for any of the applicant or for Mr. Will, or any of the applicant's representatives? All right. Seeing none. Lori, I don't know that it's necessary to go back and read the same comment again. Do we have to do that, Mr. Town Attorney?
Well, it should, they're two separate hearings, so yes, sir, I would say yes.
Lori?
Okay, so this is from Lance Berger of Greenway Realty Management. My name is Lance Berger. I am a property manager with Greenway Management Company. Greenway manages the property of Matthews Professional Center and represents the building owners located on Mann Drive, immediately adjacent to the subject parcels being considered for rezoning. Matthews Professional Center and the Cruise Business Park each own half of Mann Drive. Mann Drive is a private road. It is our understanding that since there is 90-degree perpendicular parking on Mann Drive, that Mann Drive is very unlikely to be converted or accepted as a town street. Both zoning applications, with more emphasis on the medical office buildings, will rely on the use of Mann Drive to access Lyle Cruise Road and then in and out of their parking lots. This additional amount of traffic would exponentially increase the wear and tear on Mann Drive. Thus, the cost of potential road maintenance will increase. We respectfully request the town board ask the petitioners to address and provide relief to this potential problem.
Hey, Mr. Carmichael, for the record, do you want to respond same as last time?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Purser and Mr. Bassett will be reaching out to Mr. Berger to discuss his concern.
Thank you. Lori, James Crawford is not in attendance still, correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right, if anyone wants to comment on this item, you can use the raise hand feature in Zoom. If you're on a desktop or mobile device, you can click raise hand in the webinar controls and you'll be recognized by the name listed in your Zoom window. If you have joined by telephone, dial *9 to raise your hand and you'll be recognized by your telephone number. Once you're called on, please unmute yourself, turn on your camera if you have one, and state your name for the record. Lori, has anybody indicated they would like to speak further on this matter?
No, sir.
This application will be heard by the planning board at their February 22nd, 2022 meeting and come back to the Board of Commissioners on March 14th, 2022. Thank you, Mr. Carmichael and crew. Thank you. And Mr. Will. We'll bring Commissioner Urban back into the meeting. John, if you're there, you are. Turn your camera back on, sir.
I got all your warehouse work cleaned up for you, John, your paperwork filed and all, it's all done.
I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the next item, zoning application 2021-745 to change the text of the UDO to allow more than 600 dwelling units in the entertainment O district to receive construction permits and certificates of occupancy prior to the date on which 40,000 square feet of new commercial space has been completed or is under construction in the entertainment-O district, provided that each development project that includes dwelling units contain a specified minimum amount of new commercial space. Mr. Holman.
Thank you, Mayor. Give me one moment. Just a bit of housekeeping before we get into, or before we continue. So this morning we did receive an email from the applicant requesting a withdrawal of the text amendment and the rezoning for the next agenda item. Since this is within 15 days of the public hearing, or since it came in today, it does need town action to formally withdraw. So, like I said, they are requesting a withdrawal, and they are requesting that the Board of Commissioners make a motion for that withdrawal. If you would like to make the withdrawal, we do have a formatted motion for that.
Any comments or questions or motions?
I'll make a motion that we approve the request for withdrawal of zoning application 2021-745, as there are substantial circumstances which warrant favorable consideration, and as the withdrawal will not be detrimental to the interests of citizens affected by the application. And I make that motion assuming that they need to be two separate motions.
Yes.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Garner, a second from Commissioner Whitley to allow the applicant to withdraw zoning application 2021-745. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoover?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner Tofano?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool?
Yes.
I vote yes, that passes unanimously. We'll go on to item 8D, zoning application 2021-74. To change the zoning from R15 to ENT on that certain 15.08 acre site designated as 11330 Brigman Road, and further a portion of the tax parcel 215-081-13. Mr. Holman again.
Again, the applicant has requested a withdrawal of that application.
I'll make, sorry to interrupt. I'll make a motion that we approve the request for withdrawal of zoning application 2021-744 as there are substantial circumstances which warrant favorable consideration and as the withdrawal will not be detrimental to the interest of citizens affected by the application.
Thank you, Commissioner Garner. Do I have a second?
I'll second it again.
A second by Commissioner Whitley. Again, a motion by Commissioner Garner to withdraw zoning application 2021-744. That was seconded by Commissioner Whitley. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoover,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Commissioner Tofano,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Commissioner Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. Thank you. I will entertain a motion to reconvene our regular meeting.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Whitley, second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoover,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Commissioner Tofano,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. We now stand reconvened in our regular meeting. We'll go on to planning and development business. First, item 10A will receive the planning board report. Mr. Foster.
I remembered to unmute myself for once. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Board of Commissioners. I have the planning board report of our meeting from January 25th. 2022. Tonight we have two items for town board action. Item number one is zoning motion 2021-4 to amend the text of the United Development Ordinance to put it in compliance with the new decriminalization requirements of the General Assembly of North Carolina. Members of the planning board reviewed the text change that was a requirement of SB 300. Zoning motion 2021-4 was unanimously recommended for approval. The request was found to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan because the changes of the text of the UDO are consistent with the land use plan as they ensure that the development code accurately reflects statutory requirements to govern zoning in Matthews. The amendment request was found to be reasonable and reflected mandatory changes to the code as determined by State Bill 300. Item number two, the administrative amendment for Chick-fil-A. Request to allow changes to the conditional site plan located at 9905 Matthews Park Drive and further being designated as tax parcel 193-231-34. Planning board members reviewed the request of a complete tear down and rebuild of the existing Chick-fil-A Matthews location. The rebuild will create double drive-through aisles and a larger kitchen area. Members of the planning board unanimously recommended the request for approval, conditional on the town engineer reviewing and offering approval to the site plan. Members found the amendment to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan as it promotes non-residential destination-based land uses along US 74. And the request was found to be reasonable because the proposed design changes do not significantly impact the intent of the original rezoning. The two other items for information only. Administrative amendment 88 or Sportswear Incorporated. Request to allow the addition of a garage on OCD zone property at 500 West John Street and further being designated as tax parcel 193-251-18. Planning board reviewed the site plan and the elevations for the garage addition request. Planning board unanimously approved the signage request, finding the application consistent with the Matthews land use plan because it maintains and preserves residential style structures which embody the essence of the historic downtown along West John Street. The amendment request was found to be reasonable because the proposed zoning changes do not significantly impact the intent of the original rezoning. Last item, administrative amendment for First Citizens Bank. Request to allow placement of a sign in a conditional district located at 1300 Matthews Township Parkway and further being designated as tax parcel 193-381-97. Planning board members reviewed the updated sign request For 3 signs, it would be placed on First Citizens Bank building. Signage would be conforming to what was allowed in neighborhood zoning districts. Planning board unanimously approved the signage request, finding the application consistent with the Matthews land use plan because it abides by the guidelines set forth in the downtown master plan. The request was found to be reasonable because the proposed changes did not significantly impact the intention of the original intent. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Foster? All right, hearing none. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Good job. Move on to item 10B1, motion 2021-4 to amend the text of the Unified Development Ordinance to put it into compliance with the new decriminalization requirements of the General Assembly of North Carolina. Ms. Bennett will walk us through this one.
Yes, and I'm starting you off with an easy one for your decisions, I think, hopefully. As Mr. Foster explained, this is related to SB 300, which was a comprehensive criminal justice reform package from last year. And it prohibits criminal enforcement of local ordinances. We went through the ordinance, the UDO, and it's basically just striking anything that relates to criminal enforcement, with the exception, as Mr. Buckley pointed out last month, of Chapter 10, which relates to unsafe buildings. And as Mr. Foster said, the planning board did recommend approval of the ordinance changes. And you have those changes attached, and just going to stay there for you if you want to read that. And if you have any questions, either I or Mr. Buckley can answer them.
Are there any comments, questions, or motions? Emphasis on motions.
I'll make a motion that we approve zoning motion 2021-4 because the changes to the text of the UDO are consistent with the land use plan as they ensure that the development code accurately reflects statutory requirements that govern zoning in Matthews, and because the changes are reasonable and reflect mandatory changes to the code as determined by SB 300.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Garner, a second from Commissioner Urban. Yeah, this one, it's mandatory. We kind of have to do it. So we'll take a roll call vote nonetheless. Commissioner Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoover?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner Tufano?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool?
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Next item, discuss micro mobility ordinance. Ms. Bennett, you're up again.
This one might involve a little bit more discussion. I'm not sure. So I made a presentation last month on the status of our micro mobility ordinance and presented some language. There were a couple of concerns that came up at that meeting. I would say that the primary ones were with who is actually issuing the permit, and the other one was related to safety in general, and kind of specifically safety on sidewalks. So I looked through a lot of ordinances across the country, and it's not actually always easy to determine who's issuing the permit, but in the cases where I could figure it out, the kind of smaller communities, and there are fewer smaller communities with e-scooters right now because that's a new market for them. It's generally the manager. For the larger communities, it's the director of transportation, which obviously we don't have. And then there was the planning director in a couple of communities, including Gastonia, but I know for a fact that it's the assistant manager there who's actually running the show because I've talked to him a number of times. And then a couple of public works in there as well. But again, communities that are more around our size, probably the manager. Of course, now I can't. Well, sorry about that. In terms of safety, I also read through a lot of documents on safety. It's not easy to find really recent studies on safety. A lot of them come from 2019, kind of pre-pandemic, and also when e-scooters were kind of new in the world. So there's some more study going on right now, but a lot of the information is old. But what I found was that more incidents are actually reported on sidewalks, but that's possibly because there are more people riding on sidewalks. And also because just the sidewalk surface, maybe not smooth sidewalks. However, sidewalk incidents are far less severe than road incidents because they don't involve cars. What I read was ideally you should really be keeping the scooters away from the cars, but also operating on smooth surfaces. Truthfully, the best place to have them would be a protected bike lane, which we don't have in Matthews. The best way to avoid injury is to wear a helmet. And actually, I read the best way to avoid injury would be to wear a helmet plus knee pads plus elbow pads. And I really don't see people going around like that. And more than 90% of riders aren't wearing helmets. And you can see that if you are in Uptown Charlotte, nobody's wearing a helmet. So I just wanted to, and getting back to the issue of whether we're going to allow them on sidewalks or not. I was thinking about it, how we think people say, oh yeah, I've been in Uptown and it's terrible up there, they're on the sidewalks. That's because they're really crowded sidewalks, truthfully. Charlotte allows them on sidewalks outside of Uptown, in the more kind of places like my neighborhood, actually, where there aren't, they're walkers, but it's not as crowded as Uptown. And I, walking around, have never had a problem with a scooter coming by. I've seen them, but they don't seem to be getting in the way. So we're talking about in Matthews, areas where there are fewer people on the sidewalks. And I just wanted to look at a few areas in Matthews and kind of compare what it would be like on a sidewalk versus what it would be like on the road. And so these are the 4 areas that I looked at. And of course, I still can't. So here's Monroe Road, an apartment, and we're thinking that people in apartments are the ones who are most likely to be riding scooters, kind of younger people. This is only 1.5 miles from downtown. And as you saw, I think on the previous slide, you can go like 20 to 30 miles on a charge. So 1.5 miles is not unreasonable. So I was looking at this and thinking, okay, I'm on a scooter. Where do I want to be? I do not want to be on the road here. And if you're a driver here, you don't want them on the road either. There's that nice sidewalk right over there. It makes sense for them to be there. And I have to say, I'm also an experienced road cyclist. So I'm pretty comfortable riding on roads. I would never ride on this ever. So the sidewalk here, it just makes more sense. And this is, again, coming from that area as well. If you're kind of heading into downtown, this is what you're going to find. Again, I would not feel comfortable on a scooter here. And just looking at the road, you can't see it really from here, but there's a grate right there. So the scooter would be riding right up across against the curb there, and then they would hit the grate, which would not be good. So this is John Street, and it's just 1 mile to downtown. There's also apartments out this way. Again, you've got a sidewalk here that really occasionally people walk on, but in general, not a lot of people walking on there. So if you think about the street versus the sidewalk here, again, I think the sidewalk wins. This is the Briley, which is very close to downtown. And again, if you think about putting a scooter on the road versus putting them on this nice, new, smooth sidewalk, again, I think that the sidewalk wins. So a lot of the complaints about scooters and sidewalks also relates to the fact that they just get thrown there. So it's actually probably a scooter that's not in use that's blocking a sidewalk. So we want to think about where the parking would be. We want to make sure that they get to good parking spots. So I'm working with Dana Stujenki, our transportation planner, on areas outside of downtown where we could park these. Bird can actually direct them to a parking spot. We would have, I'm envisioning, we would have markers on the pavement showing them where to park. And where they do park, it's called a parking corral, can be specifically, they have them for bikes and also specifically for scooters. It would be either on a sidewalk if we could find it, or in maybe taking over one parking spot. And that's one of the things we're working on with, I'm working on with Dana. So the goal would be to get the scooters actually out of the way of the sidewalk, so they're not there for people to trip on as they're closer to downtown. And we do want to keep them off of the sidewalk and off of the road on that 2 blocks of Trade Street, because that's where we do have the highest pedestrian count, basically. That's where there's going to be the most conflict. So we want to keep them out of there, but we want to get them very close to downtown and get them to a parking spot where it's not just blocking a sidewalk. Also, in terms of safety, I've been in contact with the police department, and they have worked out a plan for accurately reporting the incidents so that they can, if they're searching for incidents, it'll be easy to find them. Also, this is something that was developed in North Carolina and sent out to hospitals, and I'm not even sure how to do this, but I think that we should make sure that the hospital has, well, first of all, knows that they're on their way, and also that they have the proper coding so they can also report accurately on if there are accidents. And then for Bird, riders are able to self-report incidents in the app. I'm not sure how often they do that, but if you request it from Bird, they can tell you how many incidents were reported. And this, I'm gonna have to shift now to something else. When I asked Bird about safety and if he could relate any experiences from other kind of small towns, our contact person sent me this video, which I thought kind of said a lot. Hopefully you can hear it. Or hopefully it will play. No, okay, it's not going to play for you. It was working okay before. I apologize for that. Basically, and I can send it out to you as well. This is the mayor of Oswego, New York. They introduced them last July. And they've had, you can barely see on the screen there, it said 200 rides on average daily. They've had 2 reported injuries. And he says the first one actually happened the day that they introduced scooters to the community. And he was very worried because he thought, okay, great, you know, first day. And then he said the second one was definitely a user error situation, but he's been really happy with scooters in Oswego, and none of the dire predictions have come true so far, at least, like no major accidents. They're not scattered all over the place, and he's been very happy with the program. And again, I apologize for that not playing for you. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. You have the ordinance language in front of you. Again, there have been some minor changes in there since the last time I showed it to you. As I said, we as staff feel that the manager is most appropriate for issuing permits. However, if you choose someone else, someone planning department or maybe public works, it would be easy to go through the ordinance and just change out manager for whoever you've chosen.
I'd just like to make a comment. I think my initial reaction when they were first introduced in Charlotte was not even necessarily that they were on sidewalks, but they were going at I believe, an unsafe speed. They seem to be really booking it, and they were bobbing and weaving between folks, and that's where accidents were happening. I think they could probably be driven fairly safely, even in a crowded sidewalk, if the speed was very slow. But if you're going 25 miles an hour trying to dodge pedestrians, that's a recipe for disaster.
And the ordinance right now says 15 miles per hour, but if you choose to go forward with this, and we are working with Bird, we can lower that as well. I know that they can lower speeds in specific areas of town, so maybe we could lower them as they get closer to downtown.
Yeah, I think
and those are things that we can kind of work out as we go too. We see how it's working out and what we need to adjust.
Yeah, I think it should be, the slow speed only in certain areas. You certainly don't want a situation where someone can walk alongside of a scooter and go as faster by walking.
Yes, right. And I think they actually just plain tip over.
Any questions or comments? Commissioner Tufano.
Yes, in the wording, it is the town manager organizes a committee, and the committee is the one that actually awards the contracts.
I believe the final decision is with the manager, though.
Well, yeah.
But they would actually be doing the contract.
Yes, and however, when there's a elimination of the contract or a ending of the contract, it's not done by the committee. It's done by only the town manager. So it's just a question of why there was that differentiation.
To be honest with you, I pulled this language from 2 other communities that had similar, actually the ordinance. I started with theirs, and that's the way they worked it.
Okay, so I would be fine if not only was it issued by a committee, but it was denied or revoked by a committee, and that all the proceedings of the issuing and revoking of a license were public record.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool?
I do have a challenge to that, Commissioner Tofano. I think in that case, if there was some serious issue going on, if we had to go through a committee and something serious was happening, it would take time to remove that contract. I believe that would speed up the process if there was some sort of major issue that the manager was able to revoke it single-handedly. So
And I agree with that, but those particular instances are not clearly defined.
Can I ask who makes up this committee?
I would see it as somebody from the planning department, somebody from Public Works, staff members who have an interest.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Commissioner Hoover?
Yeah, according to data from 2018, 15,000 people come into Matthews to work, and 93% of Matthews citizens work outside of the town. So I'm sure these numbers have changed since 2018, but I have a feeling the majority, the rental of these scooters are going to be for joy rides. So we need to make sure we get the safety aspect under control. The majority of the town roads in Matthews are 2 lanes, and we only have 3 roads with bike lanes to them. So when they ride them on the roads, there's only 3 roads with bike lanes.
And that's why we would allow them to ride on the sidewalks. We don't actually want them on the roads.
Exactly.
And
Yeah,
I
well,
think-
you're showing, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I didn't mention this, but I do think that there should be a strong educational component to this when we roll them out, so people know where to ride and how to ride safely.
Exactly.
So the town should do what we can to promote safety.
Yeah, the sidewalks you show are really nice, but I'm concerned about when you get to the narrow roads that don't have sidewalks, and when you get children riding on them, because there's no age limit to them.
I'm 18 actually with Bird. I thought I had that in there as well though, but 18 is the limit for Bird.
Okay. And it's just do have a concern because when you get the older adults riding on them and they come close into downtown Matthews, under North Carolina General Statute, it is illegal to operate an e-scooter while impaired. So that's something, I don't know the times they're planning to rent these things, but still, we do have restaurants open during the day.
So for our Bird representative, when that came up about operating them unimpaired, they do, I don't know how effective this is, honestly, but it flashes up at screen that tells them like, you shouldn't be driving, you shouldn't be using an e-scooter while you're impaired. So they can, obviously just click through that, but they have something to at least make them think about riding while impaired. And then another safety feature that they have is they have like a beginner mode for starting the scooter, so it kind of starts out more slowly. So, and that's a lot of the incidents with scooters are also with people who are riding for the first time. So if you can start them out a little more slowly, I think that would be helpful as well.
Yeah, Commissioner Hoover hit on a point I wanted to make as well. While I certainly would prefer someone to be driving a scooter than a car if they were impaired, it's not good either one. And I wondered if other communities had any rules or regulations regarding, can you get a DUI if you're riding a scooter or you're impaired?
Yeah. Under North Carolina General Statute 20-138.1, it's illegal to operate an e-scooter while impaired. And the conviction for DWI is the same as driving a car or other vehicle.
I had a friend in college that got a DWI for riding a bicycle impaired. Unfortunately, he's running into a major thoroughfare in the middle of the road. Yeah.
Oh, I should also point out that when I spoke with Quentin McBatter in Gastonia, he said they haven't had incidents, at least not he's been aware of since.
Well, the information I got, they had one,
one.
And it was medical, and meaning there was bodily harm that led to medical treatment.
Okay.
That came from Bird.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gastonia didn't share it. Well, that's interesting that they shared that with you too. They do have the data.
Yes, they do.
You know, I'm not overjoyed with scooters, but the feedback I'm getting from people who live here is they would like to give them a shot, particularly for younger folks who have an interest in them. So, I mean, I'm willing to support this, to give it a try. Like I said, we can always change our mind if things don't work out, but it seems like other communities have had pretty good success. And our constituents I've talked to, I haven't heard a whole lot of people that are against them. I think there was some concern about them if they were, riding in the middle of the road or whatever. Commissioner Urban?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Let me lower my hand here. So Nadine, 2 questions. One is on the technical nature of the contract and this ordinance piece. What do we have obligated with Bird in terms of you start the program, you're not happy with it, you want to terminate them? What are the liabilities there? What do we have to do?
We don't have any kind of contract with them right now. That's something that we would work out. So it can be on our terms.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
This is kind of just laying the groundwork so that we can start working with them and come up with a contract.
Okay, well, I would want something in there that we had sort of, right of first refusal, 14-day written notice, and cancel the program. The second question is on the scooter side. Obviously, you can control the speeds, et cetera. Could you literally not have them function when they got within a certain boundary of, let's say, downtown?
Well, that is the intention right now, is that we've got it as a no scoot zone, basically, the 2 blocks of downtown, so that they couldn't, they slow them down as they approach that.
Okay.
I've never actually done it, but I've heard of people who've been on scooters and they do literally just slow down to a stop. They don't just, stop abruptly and throw you off.
Throw them off the
right. So that you just land right there in downtown. They do slow you down. And
really,
yes, that is the intent
important.
right now, to not have them riding in downtown and to have them go to the corrals.
Okay, but that's very important to me. If we're testing this and we have control which roads and which not, we need to have that, because I guarantee you, if you just let them carte blanche, someone will be sitting at Temple Mojo or Seaboard with a scooter next to them. So
yes,
fine, they walk alongside of it, but I don't want to see them riding up to it. Thank you.
We hear so much about autonomous vehicles. I predict that in the not too distant future, these things will probably go park themselves. They'll corral themselves at night at 3 o'clock in the morning. They'll drive back to their parking spot with nobody riding them. That's probably coming in the not too distant future.
I agree.
Are there any other comments, questions, or motions? Again, we're not approving a contract. We're approving the general concept of allowing scooters here.
Trying to get off mute. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Renee.
Go ahead, Commissioner Tufano.
Thank you for making that point, Mayor. Are we voting on this wording, this document as written tonight?
Yes. So you can suggest changes if you wish.
Yeah. So I would like to consider prior to the vote, or make a motion to make some changes to it prior to the vote. I'd like to see not only the issuance, but also the revocation of licenses be performed by the committee, and that those proceedings be part of the public record.
Is that a motion? You otherwise approve?
I otherwise approve, yes.
We have a second to Commissioner Tufano's motion. Commissioner Garner.
Well, I have a question about those meeting notes being part of the public record, and maybe that goes to Charlie about how that, do we usually have staff meetings as public record? Would we have to create some bylaws for those meetings to set a standard for the minutes?
Well, there would not be a meeting in that sense. You're right, but anything that they put in writing would be a public record.
mean, it could be something as simple as, you know, the committee decided to terminate the bird contract with a vote of 3-1 or whatever.
Well, I'd like to know what why the dissenting votes were made, you know, that type of thing.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
I tend to disagree. I think decisions like this are made by the manager at that level all the time without it. I feel like that would be a waste of town resources and probably of time, especially on that. I don't think it's super necessary. So I would not agree with that.
I support Mayor Pro Tem McCool's comments on that as well.
Do we have a second to Commissioner Tofano's motion? All right, seeing none, Commissioner Garner or Mayor Pro Tem McCool, would you care to make an alternative motion?
I'll make a motion to approve it as written.
I'll second that.
Okay, up for discussion. I will agree with Commissioner Tofano that I think it's odd that you have a committee on one end and not on the other. That seems kind of strange to me. I don't really understand the rationale for that.
I believe that it's for efficiency's sake, because you're not going to make a decision to create a contract, but you might need to make a decision to terminate it if there's some sort of major issue.
So, Ms. Bennett, you said that this type of verbiage that you've emulated, you found in 2 other ordinances, correct?
Yeah, Winston-Salem and Kinston.
All right. Is there any other discussion? We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, a second by Commissioner Garner to accept the verbiage that Ms. Bennett has presented tonight regarding e-scooters. Again, we're not approving any sort of contract, just the concept of allowing them here. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Mr. Tofano?
No.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool?
Yes.
I get everyone?
Gina?
There you are. No, I was missing one. Commissioner Hoover?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. That passes 6-1 with Commissioner Tofano in opposition. Move on to the next item, administrative amendment for Chick-fil-A. Ms. Bennett, you're up again.
It'll be 11:30.
Okay, oh, sorry. Cannot get to it. There we go. Okay, hello again. This one is the Chick-fil-A rebuild. And as Mr. Foster explained, Chick-fil-A wants to do a tear down and a complete rebuild of their store on Independence Boulevard. The reason for it is that they do have that drive-through aisle. I believe they're updating their stores in general, but one of the major reasons is they do have that drive-through aisle that does sometimes apparently back up onto Independence. It can have, at this point, it's built to accommodate about 20 cars, and they're proposing to stack to 37 vehicles, and that they could accommodate eventually 56 cars. The other thing that they're planning to do is build a bigger kitchen, and they do say that they have a bigger kitchen, they're making food faster, they're getting people through the line faster. So you're able to accommodate more people in the line and you're getting them through faster. It seems like a plus. So when the planning board looked at it, there were still just a few outstanding issues. And since that time, we have worked out those issues. And I believe town engineer Susan is comfortable with what the information that they provided us. The primary questions were about stormwater and trying to figure out whether they needed to provide additional any stormwater on there. They don't. They sent us information about how they determined what the queuing should be. And they sent us calculations on the built upon area, and they're actually reducing it just slightly. So there may be a few other issues to be worked out, but they would be minor. Those are the major issues that they wanted to work out. So they did provide us with elevations at our request. When this was approved originally in 1992, the commissioners didn't look at elevations, but I don't think that was very common then. Staff thinks that it's appropriate for you to consider the architecture as part of the administrative amendment. They, as I said, they included elevations, but we also went through some pictures to look at other Chick-fil-A's that we thought had slightly elevated architecture. And I sent you some of those pictures as well. Hopefully we do have the representatives from Chick-fil-A here and they can answer your questions. Are they here?
I am. Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, thank you everybody for your time. I know it's been a long evening. Greatly appreciate everybody staying on to listen. My name's Casey Durden. I'm a civil engineer with Hill Foley Rossi, and I'm on the call tonight with the Chick-fil-A team, Chad Ross with Chick-fil-A Corporate, Melissa Schwartz with JOL on the project management side, and also the architect from our office as well. Thank you, Ms. Bennett, for pulling that up for me here. One of our major hurdles that we've had on this project has been the future DOT project out there at East Independence. I'm not sure, you guys are probably all aware of it, but it's going to be a divided median road. The signals with express lanes down the middle, the signal's going away, and it's going to be converted to a right in, right out. So access, and then the Longhorn Drive over there to the plan right is going away in the future. So we were talking with NCDOT in late 2021. They're going to take about 20-foot right away there with a 15-foot utility easement. When it happens, they don't have exact plans right now, no right away plans or anything like that. The existing site has like 57 spaces on it with a 20-car stack, 4,300 square foot. The new store would be a complete tear down, all new, remodeled, everything. And they would have like 62 cars or 62 spaces and 36 cars in the stack. And it'd be just shy of 5,000 square feet. We are proposing a new sidewalk connection at the city's suggestion there from Matthews Park Drive up to the building so that off-site people could travel to and from on the site. We're matching existing ingress and egress locations on the private roads and then converting them to one way so it would channelize and flow traffic a little better. Again, Ms. Bennett mentioned the kitchen enlargement's a big help in the drive-through service and quality. The bigger kitchen you have, the more food you can produce. So that helps everything with the stacking. I know some questions have been brought up on the architecture side. So I just wanted to point out a couple of little features. And if we need to get our architect or someone from Chick-fil-A to address, we can. But it would be a four-sided brick building with that's all brick that you're looking at there. There's no ephes or stucco. And then those are like earth tones. That is a typical standard. This store does have, what my architect was telling me was that it has like a brick tower. There are little elements, brick elements that may be a little hard to see there on the elevation, but so that's an upgrade that you don't usually see on the building. We can address any questions, but we feel like it's going to be a vast improvement to what's out there now, and it'll conform and promote the city and town of Matthews. Thank you. And any questions, please feel free.
I've got a question. Can you give us an idea, the larger kitchen, how much more quickly will that be able to allow you to accommodate folks on a per order basis? And I ask because, when you get to a 36 stack or whatever, 40, you're getting to the point where I have to question who wants to sit in a line of 40 cars to, even though the sandwiches are really, really good. Hopefully you're turning that over really quickly.
Yeah, I'm not sure I could tell you exact numbers on that. I may have to defer to like someone from corporate. I'm not sure if they're a panelist right now, Chad Ross, but I could tell you the kitchen, when it's bigger, is more efficient. It's sort of a general answer for a specific question, but.
Commissioner Whitley, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm assuming this is gonna be a 2 drive-through
Yes, sir.
rather than 1.
Right. It gives them a whole lot more efficiency when it doubles the capacity. There should never be more than 27 cars in a stag. If something is going on like that, it's usually internal, where they don't have enough people or something on staff. But it should greatly improve the stacking and traffic.
Is this building similar to the one in Indian Trail?
Not familiar with that one.
It looks very much the same. I go through there quite a bit, but that looks like with the shed, with the drive-through shed, where they got the shed where they drive under that.
Yes, sir. It would have 2 canopies, one where you pick up your food, and then one at the order point. And it has like a 2-foot lane down the middle for team members to walk and take a flex order as they're coming through the drive-through lanes there. So this is the newer prototype. So if that's a newer store you're referring to, that probably very similar.
Yeah, it is a newer store. Thank you.
How long do you expect the rebuild to take?
Oh gosh, again, I'm not sure. I'm seeing you, my team members here on panelists. I'm gonna throw out a guess.
Just a guess. A guess is fine.
6 to 9 months, maybe.
Hi. Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Chad. Thank you. Yep. This is Chad Ross from Chick-fil-A. Yep.
Hi. Thanks everyone for hearing this. Yeah, I know there were a couple of questions. I'm sorry, I was kind of struggling here with my Zoom, but yeah, so construction, ideally about 4.5 months, but really it just depends on a lot of obviously the site conditions when we start. But 4.5 to 5 months is about average, and again, hopefully it doesn't go as long as 9 months. But I will be honest, we've had to go that long before, just because of just regular construction issues. But that would definitely not be the goal.
We have any other questions for the Chick-fil-A team? Commissioner Urban?
Just a comment. Since I don't own property next to this, I can comment about this one. I was listening to comments in previous ones, and I know that most of the board probably doesn't particularly necessarily care what's going on Highway 74, but this is a prototype. It is ubiquitous. It is everywhere. And I thank Nadine for giving us the example of Prosperity Church Road in Alpharetta, Georgia, which there was a conscientious effort to look at some of the local vocabulary and create something a little bit more refreshing and more eye-catching that is unique to those locations. And I'm assuming Prosperity Church is here in Charlotte. We know where Alpharetta, Georgia is at. So I will cite one particular item. I don't know how many people know this, but on average, a Chick-fil-A, may not be for this specific store, but on average, the data and research I did, a Chick-fil-A store nets $1.7 million more than its closest competitor, which is McDonald's. So I think they have the deep pockets, and their pockets are going to get even more change in them with this double racking. I personally would like to see a little bit of effort to do something with that. A lot of the other folks, whether it be the home store or the Atrium Medical Office building and stuff like that, they've all made some efforts to do tweaks and pushes and pulling on the building to make it a little bit more uniquely Matthews. And I think that needs to be the case here as well. I'd be more than willing to approve, it going forward, except for elevation approval. But I think, frankly, looking at these other elevations, there could be some adjustments made here that they're a little bit more Matthews.
So can I make a comment there? So
absolutely.
I did see the staff pictures there. So I think the Prosperity Church elevation that you guys were looking at had a mixture of brick and we call it ephes or stucco. And generally, like an all brick building is considered a better, higher quality EFS stucco, we get a lot of developers doing it to save money. So that white piece there that you're looking at closest to the PED signal looks like an EFS, maybe. And there's places for it. It looks good and some, yeah. So any specifics, and then the Avalon was a very tough site. Those were driven by local codes through City of Alpharetta. So they had codes related to that specific location that were dictating some of those features that you're seeing there, but certainly open to any ideas or suggestions there that we could improve upon. We're always trying to improve and make it look better.
I just think you roll the trash paper out over those elevations and look around Matthews and maybe, make some improvements or whatever. The Prosperity Church Road Tower could be done all on brick. I know a lot about materials and architecture, so we don't need to go down that road from any stretch of imagination. I just find this to be, if you take the word Chick-fil-A off this building and you have that big wraparound porte cochere, so to speak, like an Indian Trail, someone could mistake it for a car wash, to be honest with you. I mean, I'd really like to see some effort made here. You're a national franchise. You're coming to Matthews. My personal local codes are: you come to Matthews, respect Matthews, and be something Matthews.
Absolutely.
You're gonna find I'm the you know what person on this board when it comes to the architecture. I drive a hard line.
Is there anything specific as far as any kind of guidelines that you guys try and adhere to that we could kind of use as a basis that we could kind of use reference?
Well, I mean, I just think, there are ways of a little bit more pedestrian scale and window coverings and things like that, and loosening it up a little bit. You could look at some of the architecture in downtown, some of the newer buildings that have been put up from that standpoint. The palette's fine. If you want to stand out more, you may look at a different palette. But I just think that there's some things between Prosperity Church and Alpharetta that are quite refreshing. And there are some details on the Prosperity Church one, like first of all, the sense of the 2 stories is very nice, but it has the Bahama shutters on there. It's just not a bunch of punched openings. There's the transition in massing is a little bit more dominant in this situation. So it's not a box with simple little plane changes. It really has some nice articulation and it really stands out. I think that would be a plus for you from that standpoint. So I think a little effort. That's all I'm asking, is a little bit more effort.
Okay.
Commissioner Garner.
I remember, I wasn't on the board then, but I do remember when the Discount Tire that's right across Windsor Square Drive was approved. The board really pushed for an enhanced facade along Windsor Park or Windsor Square Drive, as well as on Independence, just to create a space and for the future, what is that Northeast Parkway that would come through. So not only to make Independence, the front facing sort of big experience of seeing the Chick-fil-A, but that there will be a future corridor going on the backside, and make sure that you design the building with that in mind.
Okay.
I think we can move forward tonight with maybe not an elevation approval, but just the general concept of allowing the place to be reconstructed, correct? Is that correct, us town attorney?
We lost Charlie.
Can't hear you, sir. I think you're on mute.
I am on mute, but it wouldn't let me unmute. I was trying. My thumb hurts, but no, you can do it all but the elevation, so that that they can proceed forward, but then have some time for final elevation approval.
Okay, so I would entertain that motion, and I agree with the comments of Commissioner Urban and Garner. Maybe, not asking you to redesign the whole thing, but maybe make an effort to make some improvements. Just don't be shut down too long, because I have to have my Chick-fil-A sandwich, pretty regularly. So, would anybody like to make a motion?
If I can find it, I'll make it. What do we got here? Oh, here we go. I'll go ahead and make the motion that we approve. Let's see what we got here. It looks like it was an administrative amendment here. So what was the number we were tying to? We have no number tied to this. Is this an administrative amendment for the Chick-fil-A?
Yes.
Okay. And then that it's consistent, the changes are consistent with the land use plan as it promotes non-residential destination-based land uses along 74. It is reasonable the changes are the proposed changes do not significantly impact the intent of the original zoning. So it's approved in, I guess, concept, but it will require elevation approval by the board.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion from Commissioner Urban, a second by Commissioner Garner. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoover,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Commissioner Tofano,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everyone.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Move on to the last item under planning and development business, item 10.4. Consider revisions to planning and zoning application processes. Jay Camp, you have about 60 seconds to present this. That'd be great.
All right. So on the consent agenda, you all will see that you have 8 new zoning items to accept. What I have observed over the past year or two is that we're seeing an imbalance in how, or rather when new cases are coming before the board. So this creates issues for not only our staff and ensuring that reviews are done in a timely manner, also impacts public hearings. You know, nights like tonight where no one wants to be here till midnight. The suggestion we are making is that to sort of meter this work throughout the years, that we put a limit on the number of new rezonings with an associated site plan to 3 per month. You go 2, 3, 4, but to create some cap so that we don't have, you know, March 8 or 9 hearing requests and then April 1. We also have 2 schedules where public hearings are set on a 30 or a 60-day review period. We're recommending that only really minor modifications qualify for that 30 days. So that would be previously approved rezoning plan, and they want to add a use. You know, they want to add a brewery as a use or restaurant or something. So items that are really just verbiage changes on a plan, let those come in for 30 days. Everything else would follow the typical 60-day cycle. Finally, we've talked in years past about presentation times. I think putting a limit on how long presentations go, just creating some boundaries. We've had, for some of you, been on the board for quite some time. We've had developers speak for 45 minutes to an hour. Not recently, but it has happened when they bring, you know, 6 consultants in and everyone speaks. So that item is sort of in the interest of keeping the night moving along. I've made some other suggestions here that just items to consider. You know, some communities do place similar time limits on speaking for zoning items as we do under public comment. It's been talked about in previous years. Board hasn't really found support for that, or electing a neighborhood spokesperson to address support or opposition. And then finally, for some of these really busy months that we may have, Charlie, I believe back in the 90s, you know, I think there was maybe a 3rd council meeting per month to handle zoning items, or starting at 5 or earlier, or even having a work session to go over projects for the board. So these are all options you have, but we would recommend that at least the first 2 or perhaps 3 items be included in a motion to change our filing instructions, which are attached. Sorry, that was over 60 seconds.
Well, that was fantastic. Thank you, Jay, for being brief. I definitely share your concern because some of our, I've made the comment to Jay and to Hazen that we have these meetings after many of us have worked a full day at our day job, and then have another meeting that lasts 8 or 9 or 10 hours on top of that. You know, we've gone as late as 1 o'clock in the morning, I think, on a few occasions in the past. It's really not fair to us. I don't know that we're putting our best judgment forward, and it's not fair to the petitioner or the public really to be deliberating for that length of time. But my question is this: if we had 9, and I guess we would take these first come, first serve, is there an unintended consequence of, maybe pushing some development off? Not that that's not a bad thing, but maybe somebody said, wow, if I have to wait, 4 months to get in the queue to even be heard in Matthews, I'm just going to go somewhere else. Is that a concern at all?
I think that's a fair point as far as from a being open for business perspective. Shana ran the numbers for us, and in each of the last 2 years, we've averaged, I think it was 17 and 19 rezonings with site plans. So not text amendments, not zoning motions. So in this scenario, you have 36 slots per year if you're allowing 3 per month, and that seems to be more than we've had each of the past 2 years.
So that seems that would accommodate our current run rate.
Well, yeah, we would automatically, anything over 3, we would push to the next month and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I would just have the caveat that if we got 2 backed up, because we do want to be open for business, that we would have that 3rd meeting then. If we got really backed up, maybe we have a 3rd meeting occasionally to catch up. But I think these are great suggestions. Again, these meetings that go on into, I think a former commissioner said, are we going to finish this meeting today? It was a famous comment that I remember, because the date was going to change before the meeting was finished. So do we have any thoughts on this? Any comments, questions for Jay, or motions? Mr. Urban.
I've talked to Jay at great length about this, and I agree with the majority of these things. 15 minutes, maybe we let it casual 15 minutes and see how far it goes, maybe 20 minutes, because you hate to have a person presenting a $20 million project all hinged on 15 minutes. But, maybe the scale of the project, it could weigh a little bit differently. But I really, I've talked to you about this. I think we may need that 3rd work session. These are 50, 100-year decisions for the most part in these larger projects, and we're not giving them the due diligence they need for our own sake. It actually benefits a developer to rack and stack. So if he's up against 4 other development projects and rezoning, he's hoping he's last. He's hoping you're at 11 o'clock. He hopes you're tired, and you haven't vetted it. And I really think that a work session might be really good to allow us to vet it, allow us to scream at each other and talk about things. We'll get better product out of it from that standpoint, as opposed to having just tonight we talk about it and next week they come back and vote on it. So I really would want to consider all of these options at this stage.
Okay.
Sorry, let me stop screen sharing. I see a few hands up.
Who's got their hand up? Commissioner Tefano.
Yes, would there be any appetite at all from the board to perhaps have a 3rd meeting a month and just to do nothing but zoning during that meeting? It seems that that's what causes all the massive amount of time during these meetings is the zoning part. Is there any appetite for that at all?
I think that's what Jay was lifting up. And some municipalities actually have a work session where you only just talk about those zoning cases. So I think Jay is opening the door to having that conversation. How it's formatted or formalized is the discussion for the board.
Yeah, I would say my personal opinion would be we do that as needed. I wouldn't necessarily think we need to do that every month, but we may need to do it on occasion. Jay, did you have a response?
Yeah, Lori shared a memo that she presented at the planning conference 4 years ago that talked about, our meetings and what was basically taking up time at the meetings and looking at some options for how we could make the meetings flow more smoothly. And, there were some suggestions, for instance, limiting like long presentations on zoning nights that are at the top of the meeting. If you've got a lot of things front loaded, you've also got 8 public hearings, it makes the meetings last even longer. So, that's information that we could pull and look at again after this, if the board wanted to take another look at how to keep things flowing more smoothly.
Yeah, I recall having some of these discussions or sharing my frustration. I believe Charlie was with you, maybe at one of our planning conferences, that I've already sat down with this developer and met with them for 90 minutes and discussed their whole project. And then it was frustrating to me to come back at the hearing and hear it again. But Charlie, you made the point, that's really the public hearing. So that's, that's not just for me, that's for anybody in town to get all the information. So we certainly don't want to, we need to find that balance so that the public can get a full and complete picture of what's being proposed as well, so they can provide input and help us inform our decisions.
So our recommendation at this time is if we put this cap on the number of new cases per month, we feel like this will have a major improvement on the flow of work going forward, so we can avoid these high peaks in the process.
Okay. Commissioner Hoover.
Yeah, I agree with 1 through 3 and number 5, but number 4, if we place a limit, maybe it can be 4 minutes, just as in regular public comment. I don't think we should silence anyone by giving a spokesperson. We really need to have everyone's view and on how they feel on a rezoning issue. So maybe like we did with public comment, just allow it to 4 minutes.
Well,
Time for that.
I can see that viewpoint, but we have had times in the past, since I've been an elected official, where we've had 30 people get up and all say essentially the same thing. It makes kids a little bit, when you have to say something that affects a neighborhood and everybody in the neighborhood doesn't like something, or they do like it, they all stand up, and that was a little bit frustrating, but that's very unusual. That has only happened maybe a couple times ever, I can recall.
Okay.
So Commissioner Hoover, are you making a motion that we consider items 1 through 3 and 5? And
yeah, I'll make the motion.
okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hoover, a second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. Mr. Foster, did you have a comment? Are you raising your hand?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what everyone has been saying here, because when we have these long meetings as we do tonight, of course, when we get to planning board stage, it's replicated. And we go on for 3.5 hours. I think slowing things down a little bit, if that's what you want to call it, well, it could actually help, because I think some of these petitions are coming to this board and our board probably before they're ready. And I know there seems to be a rush on the part of some of the petitioners to get things quickly done, where we have to put them off. We have to ask a lot more questions than we should have about where are the elevations? What about this? What about that? So I certainly appreciate Jay bringing this up tonight, because now when this board goes on for 3 or 4 hours on zoning, 2 weeks later, the planning board does the same thing.
Commissioner Urban.
This is a good segue, because then, we had the rules about turning in submittals in the proper amount of time. It should also eliminate here it's 5 o'clock on Monday, here's our elevations and stuff like that. We should not tolerate this with this process.
Yeah, I kind of see this as setting up an hourglass, and the sand is all the stuff that's coming in, and Jay is limiting how much can come through at any given time, making the flow more even. So we have a motion from Commissioner Hoover to adopt suggestions 1 through 3 and 5, a second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. There's no further discussion. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Hoover?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Commissioner Tofano?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool?
Yes.
Commissioner Garner?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes planning and development business. We'll go on to the consent agenda, items 11A through F4.
I'll make a motion that we approve consent agenda items 11A through F4.
Second. Who seconded that? John? Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Garner, a second by Commissioner Urban to adopt the consent agenda. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Hoover? Commissioner Hoover just disappeared. Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Commissioner Tufano,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool,
Yes.
Commissioner Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoover,
Yes.
disappeared for a second. I
I
vote
went
yes.
to-
Well,
Went to just someone watching. I don't know what happened.
all right. Well, welcome back. We're good. We're all good. That passes unanimously. The consent agenda is adopted unanimously. We'll go on to new business item 12A. Receive a presentation on audit for the fiscal year ending June 20th, 2021. Martin Starnes and Associates, Jill Vang is here, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the board. It is my pleasure tonight for us to have Jill Vang with us from Martin Starnes and Associates. Jill was our lead accountant from Martin Starnes during the FY21 audit, and she is here tonight to present the audit report to you. Welcome, Jill, and I'll turn the show over to you now.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jill Vang, and I'm from Martin Starnes, like Teresa just introduced me, and I'll be presenting on the fiscal year 2021 audited financial statements. Teresa, are you going to be showing these slides for me? Okay, there it goes. Okay, we can go on to the next slide with the audit highlights. So we issued an unmodified opinion, which is a clean and best opinion. And we also want to thank the staff for always being cooperative and easy to work with. And there were no findings in the fiscal year 2021 audit report. Next slide. This slide shows total fund balance over the past 3 years. From 2020 to 2021, total fund balance increased approximately $1.8 million or 16.5%. Next slide. Unassigned fund balance in the general fund over the past 3 years is shown on this slide. Unassigned fund balance is the portion of fund balance that has not been restricted, committed, or assigned to a specific purpose or other funds. In 2020 to 2021, it increased approximately 1.3 million or 17.5%. In the past, units of governments have been grouped by populations to evaluate various ratios and benchmarking by the local government commission. This year, the LGC have also grouped units by expenditures, which is a more effective comparison for some ratios. One of the ratios the LGC looks at is this fund balance available as a percentage of net expenditures. The fund balance available is calculating by starting with total fund balance. You subtract out non-spendables, which are the prepaids. You also subtract out the stabilization by state statute. And in this formula, they also back out the Powell bill fund balance restrictions. And net expenditures is calculated by total expenditures plus any transfers out, less debt proceeds. In 2021, the town's percentage is at 46.4%. The LGC does have a minimum threshold for this fund balance, and it's at 25% for units with general fund expenditures above $10 million. And this is a new benchmark that they have set in fiscal year 2021, and the town has met that minimum threshold. This slide shows the general fund summary of revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 2020 and 2021. Revenues increased by approximately $678,000 and expenditures decreased by $1.5 million. In fiscal year 2021, revenues are over expenditures by about $914,000. These numbers do not include other finance sources like your transfers, debt proceeds, and proceeds from sales of capital assets. If we include those numbers, the net change in the fund balance is at 1.6 million, as noted in the previous slide. This slide shows top 3 revenues in the general fund. and they were ad valorem taxes at 61% of total revenues, other taxes at 25% of total revenues, and sales and services at 6% of total revenue. And the top three comprised of 92% of total revenues. And we'll look at the top three in more detail in the next couple slides. Ad valorem taxes comparing 2020 to 2021 increased approximately 226,000 or about 1.6%, which is very comparable to prior year. Other taxes comparing 2020 to 2021 increased approximately 567,000 or 10.3%. This consists of your local option sales tax, utility franchise tax, and other taxes, and the increase was mainly noted in your local option sales tax. Sales and services comparing 2020 to 2021 decreased approximately 211,000 or 12.4%. And the decrease is primarily due to the decrease in the community center revenues and police school resource revenues. Now this slide shows the top three expenditures in the general fund, and they were public safety at 44%, general government at 16% of total expenditures, and public works at 15%. Top three comprised of 75% of total expenditures. And we'll also look at the top three in the next couple slides. Public safety expenditures comparing 2020 to 2021 increased of approximately 331,000 or 3.3%, which is very comparable to prior year. General government expenditures comparing 2020 to 2021 increase of approximately $24,000 or 0.7%, and that's also comparable to prior year. Public works expenditure comparing 2020 to 2021 decreased of approximately $2.1 million or 37.8%. The decrease was noted in the street department due to less road projects in fiscal year 2021. So along with the submission of the audit to the Local Government Commission, we are required to complete a data input sheet with various financial information. This is given to Teresa to review and certify that the template, this template to be submitted to the Local Government Commission. This template shows performance indicators that the LGC looks at. If there are any red flags, then we are required to present these issues to the governing body in an open meeting and inform the local government that they are required to submit a response to the LGC within 60 days of the presentation. This year, there was a red flag noted on the data input sheet for the town, and it was the late submission of the audit report. It is considered late if the audit report is submitted to the LGC by after December 1st. And this for fiscal year 2021, the audit report was submitted on January 28th, 2022. It was noted that in fiscal year 2021, the audit report was submitted late due to the town having issues with the fixed asset software. The software was not processing the depreciation correctly, which would cause the delay. And Teresa has been able to get this resolved. Another performance indicator the LGC looks at is the property tax valuation collection percentage. And the town has a stable property tax valuation and collection percentage, and this is not a red flag. I want to thank you for this time and allowing us to serve as your auditors, and I can take any questions at this time.
Are there any questions for Ms. Vang? Seeing none, thank you. We appreciate the very thorough audit, and thank you, Teresa, for keeping our ship afloat financially.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item 12B, consider the mural for Matthews Veterans Park. Melissa Johnson.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you all for your time this evening. I'll be presenting on the Veterans Memorial mural that will be installed on the mural wall that is facing South Trade Street in the Veterans Memorial Park. The wall itself is 25 feet long and 5 feet high. There should be some images to go with this. But I'll keep talking. So our Parks, Recreation and Cultural Advisory Committee has been working closely with MVAC and the American Legion on this mural project. Since we selected the artist Kim Shepard back in December. Everyone's input has been extremely vital for this project, and we are grateful for it. So Kim will be presenting a painting of a patriotic themed mural displaying different images that represent the 6 branches of service and images from each major war and conflict over the past 100 years. The images themselves will be diverse in gender and ethnicity and contain detailed facial features. You're going to see a few different images tonight, or you may have already seen them from the memo. And what you're seeing are just photoshopped renderings of what to expect for this mural. The artist will actually be painting it herself. There will be some small variations from the images that you will see on this. And I did send, I got an updated image this morning that actually the artist sent over the weekend that shows the 2 changes that were recommended from MVAC, the American Legion, and Parks and Rec Advisory Committee this past Wednesday at our meeting. And those changes included removing the soldier in the middle to let the American flag be the main image there. And the other change that was recommended was to edit the plane on the left side there. So this is the most current image. This is the most up-to-date version. And that plane is a nod to the Tuskegee Airmen from World War II. So these changes have been supported and agreed upon by our committees. And just as far as installation goes, this will be printed on vinyl. Originally, we thought it was going to have to be printed on Dibond because of the texture of the wall itself. But after meeting with the printing company, they said that the wall is smooth enough that we could just print it directly on vinyl, adhere it to the wall, just like some of the other murals in town, which will help with maintenance issues in the future. The branches of military are shown on the metal emblems that are on the side, those medallions. They could be metal, they may be printed in vinyl. These are details that I'm going to bring to the next MVAC meeting in March so we can discuss different options, look at price points and what may be the better long-term. So if anybody has any questions, feedback, welcome it at this time.
Melissa, I have a question, and this probably is true for any of the murals. I just don't know the answer. If this mural were to unfortunately be defaced or vandalized or just wears out, do we have an option to just print another one and put it up again? Can we replace it, or how does that work?
Yes, we would own this image, so we could certainly do that. If there was a want, if this was many years down the road and there was a want to have something different, go a different route, that's always a possibility as well.
Okay. I for one think it's outstanding. I think it's a really beautiful mural. I like it a lot. Are there any other questions or comments or motions regarding this mural? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion. I move that we accept this drawing and use it as the mural in the Matthews Veterans Memorial Park as shown.
Thank you, Commissioner Tofano. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitley. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
Commissioner Tofano.
Yes.
Commissioner Garner.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
Yes.
Commissioner Hoover.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. Thank you, Melissa. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Move on to item 12C, consider request for exemption from ordinances 93.06 and 130.02 prohibiting alcohol within park facilities for certain special events. Leanne Moore.
Good evening. I will make it quick, I promise. Thank you for your time, everyone. Some of these, I have 2 or 3 memos here, and a couple we're very used to each year. This might be one of them. Consistent with our processes in past years, we would like to have provide the sale and consumption of alcohol at several of our annual events, and which would obviously require an exemption from town ordinances 9306 and 130.02 to allow that sale and consumption. The list here very familiar, or should be familiar to many of you. Our outdoor concert that will be happening, that is a new one on Matthews Station Street on March 26th, very much like the Jingle Jam that we had in December. Beats and Bites is our reincarnation of Food Truck Fridays. Symphony Night in Stumptown Park, as usual. We are waiting on the symphony to let us know what their availability is, but it is usually in June. Positively Matthews in November. Melissa's Cool Vibe concerts that are inside of the community center. It's several times this year, both in the winter, cool vibes, and then in the summer with the air conditioning vibes. So it works really well. And then the new Festival of India on April 30th, which is also a project that Melissa has been working on. Few details there, very similar to past years, beer and wine only. Can only consume it within the footprint of the event, whether it's the Stumptown Park or the community center. We will mark the perimeters and the exits to make sure people are not walking out with it. They are also not allowed to bring any alcohol into the events, and we will be using the off-site special event licenses from our vendors. All the financial impact has been accounted for in our special event budget. If anything, we would anticipate revenue from each of these events and the sale of alcohol as we do a revenue split with our vendor. Again, town goal. This is my goal, so you'll see it a lot. Providing a vibrant, pedestrian-friendly downtown destination for arts and cultures and events. We want to make sure that we're keeping up with the folks that are interested in this kind of trend. Lots of different ages, families now. Are taking their kids to breweries. So this is a very important element in a lot of folks' entertainment habits. And it helps keep the events fresh, keeps it fresh for us to organize, and is something that we've seen in a lot of feedback and surveys. The recommended action tonight would be to approve these exemptions to the two ordinances for the sale and consumption of alcohol at this list above of these specific events. And I also am available for questions, comments, feedback.
Thank you, Leanne. I'd like to just make a comment. I have spoke to Chief Pennington, and I'm not aware of any issues at any of these events regarding alcohol consumption. People generally have one or two drinks and just enjoy the evening. We're not seeing people get abusive or drunk or out of control or anything like that. I'm not aware of any incident that's ever happened at one of these. So.
I'm not either. And I'm just really, really grateful because we've been able to kind of adjust the way that we do this at each one, making it a little easier for everyone to have their families with them. They're not locked in a fenced in area anymore, separated from their kids. So I'm just really grateful too that everybody's done a great job.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
I had a question. The newly renamed Boots and Bites, is that always a once a month deal, or is that used to be twice a month?
It used to be twice. Of course, COVID has made everything a little crazy. We went through some years there where we were painting pods on the ground, and then we went back to a semi-normal event, but not as many food trucks. Crowds were pretty low, and we noticed that a couple times a month we would have crowds of maybe 200, 250, where we used to have, 1,000 or, way back in the day, 2,000. So we felt like instead of having 250 a couple of times a month, why don't we try to up our level of bands? I love our lineup this year. It is more regional tribute bands. In fact, everything's a tribute except for the Embers. And so the thought was to just combine that effort. Maybe it was getting a little less special. Maybe it was COVID. So we thought we would try this year and just hope that those single ones every month are a little more special.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions or motions?
I'll go ahead and make the motion that we approve the exemptions to town ordinance 93.06 and 130.02 to allow the sale and consumption on alcohol on town property for the 2022 outdoor concert on Matthews Station Street, Beats and Bites series, Symphony Night, Positively Matthews, Cool Vibes concert, and the Festival of India.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem McCool. Second by Commissioner Urban. Roll call vote. Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Tufano,
Yes.
Commissioner Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley.
I'm gonna have to vote no, and not because of the events. I think I'm very well of the event. I'm not a fan of drinking out in public with kids and walking around. So I vote no to that.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem McCool,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoover.
I vote no as well.
I vote yes, so that passes 5-2 with Commissioners Hoover and Whitley in opposition. Move on to item 12D, consider new special event, quarterly pop-up market on Charles Street. Leanne, you're up again.
I'm up again. I'll be quick. Yes, we've discussed, there's been a lot of discussion about this new trend and a new event that we wanted to bring to Matthews. We've been investigating, gosh, since pre-COVID conversations, I think the addition of pop-up markets in downtown. Some of you may have been into Charlotte at breweries or alleyways. There's an alley market. There's one in Oakhurst, and several organizations that organize those at those different locations. And I've just kind of always wanted to bring stuff to Matthews so that people don't have to drive. So this fell right in that category for me. So we would like to do that, bring it to downtown Matthews and give everyone another option on some Saturdays during the year, and increase some foot traffic as well, hopefully to businesses as people shop for lunch and drinks. We would partner with Handcrafted Market Charlotte to produce a quarterly market. Better than trying monthly or anything too often, we thought we'd ease into this trend and do it quarterly. And we will be calling it the Mainline Market. Again, a little bit of a nod to our trains, but in kind of a fun, funky way. I love the branding on this. Some of the organizational details very quickly: March 26, June 25, September 24, December 17. Most all of them are the last Saturday of the month, with the exception of December to kind of alter that date for Christmas shopping. Right now, the hours are 12 to 6, but we will probably have to adjust for daylight savings, obviously, as we get toward December especially. The location is West Charles Street, beginning at Trade Street, right at the next to the Beer Temple at that opening to West Charles, and progressing about 375 feet. It's not going to go all the way to Ames. We just won't have that many vendors. So we kind of estimated where we thought it would go. It goes to Fremont and possibly a little bit past Fremont, where it adjoins West Charles. There'll be about 30 plus vendors, primarily on the right side of West Charles. There may be a few on the left. West Charles is not that wide, so we'll be kind of looking at that and adjusting as we learn. It will require a street closure for West Charles. Rob Jasek has reached out to the Johnson household. I've spoken with my contacts at the police department. Rob's been amazing at the Beer Temple and very supportive. And I also reached out to the Greer household, who immediately offered her side yard for more vendors. So very supportive. And we'll be watching it as it goes. Obviously, if we find that there's some issues, we'll be getting their feedback along the way as well. Have talked to Public Works about movable barricades at the Fremont intersection and then on both ends of West Charles. And we also would like to put no parking stakes along Fremont from the Reed House all the way up to the barricade to make sure that we deter folks from pulling over and parking on the side of the street in their yards. We will have that agreement with Handcrafted Market Charlotte, and we will be doing a revenue split with the vendor fees. She is going to be doing all the heavy lifting and managing all those vendors at each of the markets and all of the logistics, getting them in, getting them out. We will obviously be there on site to assist with street closures that morning, and we'll be doing the branding and the some advertising. She does some as well. All the financial impact has been accounted for in our special event budget and our new event line item. So we're great there. Again, we're back to my good old vibrant pedestrian friendly downtown goal with a destination for arts and culture. And again, to bring a popular trend to Matthews, kind of complement what's happening down there. I wanted this to have a particular vibe. I know Rob has scheduled a food truck that was already in the works. So we wanted it to have a really fun, funky shopping vibe while this trend is still, while this is really still on trend. And again, it keeps the event schedule fresh, keeps it fresh for us to plan, something new to try, and something that we can adjust if we see the need to as we go. Not necessarily a requested action tonight. Certainly would like to hear feedback or any questions you may have. Obviously, I have that in a related street closure request. That'll be the last thing that I do this evening.
Well, thank you, Leanne. I think there was some initial concerns about these type of events conflicting with the farmers market, but certainly if it's from noon to 6 and it moved to a different location than we discussed earlier, that should no longer be the case. I'm very familiar with the Christmas markets they have all over Europe, and it's such a fantastic, like you said, vibe and shopping experience, kind of exciting. I think it's a great idea. I think it's really going to bring a lot of interest, probably a lot of tourists, and not only for our own citizens, but other people to come into town and check it out. So sounds pretty awesome to me. I have this listed on my agenda that we need to take a vote to approve this. Do we need to do that, Charlie? The idea or not?
Well, I think it certainly would help to have that, since you're going to be, I know you're going to have a vote on the next item, but I think this particular endeavor, I think it would go a long way if the board approved that by motion.
To show that we're endorsing it. Okay, I'll entertain a motion then.
I'll make a motion to endorse this new event for the town of Matthews.
Have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner McCool. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem McCool, a second from Commissioner Whitley. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Commissioner Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoover?
Yes.
Commissioner Tefano?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. That sounds great. Let's go to the next one, Leah.
Thanks. Thank you. Very quick. Yes. Again, this one is also something that many of you should be familiar with, so I'll go quickly. This is our annual street closure request. We obviously each year have the practice of approving some street closures for some of the events that are managed out of the special event office. Number one here is Beach Fest. Beach Fest Matthews on May 13 and 14. And I won't go through all these details. Much of this description was written several years ago by our contacts over at the police department to give everyone and anyone that may read these memos wanting to know what's going on with these street closures, where the barricades will be, where the digital signs will be placed, and then how they progress through Friday with the closure and then when they're opened. Second one here is thus, thank you for your approval of support of the mainline market. So we included that here. Again, those would be quarterly pop-ups on those 4 dates listed. And this is an approximate closure time, 9 a.m. to start loading in those vendors. And 8 p.m. I think is a bit, is probably a bit generous, but I think we could get 30 vendors. They seem to tear down a lot faster than they go up. So, but we think that would be a safe bet. Again, that's for West Charles, and we detailed those wooden barricades in 3 locations and the no parking stakes along Fremont. Last one is our annual Matthews Alive Festival, which this year is September 2 through 5. Again, very similar detail from the MPD as the Beach Fest listing, noting where the barricades are, what type they are, where those digital signs are going, and then how it will progress on Friday and then close down on Monday, September 5th. All the impact to the financial impact to the town has been accounted for these closures. And a recommended action would be to approve these requests for street closures that are detailed in this memo with these particular listed events.
Fantastic. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I guess I'll make it again for you, Leanne.
Thank you.
I'll approve make a motion to approve the request for street closures detailed in the memo dated February 14th, 2022 from Leanne Moore for Beach Fest Matthews, the Mainline Markets, and the Matthews Alive Festival to ensure the continued safety and success of town events and festivals.
Okay, we have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem McCool, a second from Commissioner Whitley. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Commissioner Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoover,
Yes.
Commissioner Tofano,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you, Leanne.
Thank y'all.
All right, we're getting there. Once again, we find Mr. King at the very bottom of our agenda. We're going to have to change that at some point. Discuss the advisory committee recommendation process for Matthews Veterans Memorial Park. I guess you're looking for direction on next steps. So Corey, floor is yours.
Well, I'm going to give you an update on where we are with the project, and then
Okay.
it sounds like that's the next item we just described.
Okay.
So again, thank you. We are at 50% completion of the construction documents. So tonight, this is a chance for the board to give us some feedback, let us know what you think, and then give us a chance to move forward. I will also share we do plan to return to the board when we reach 90% completion. So if I believe it's Jay running the show, if you could scroll down to the page 2, I think it is, of the of the illustration. All right, so it is some very small images to look at, so I'm gonna hope you had a chance to look at it on your laptops and zoom in as you needed to, but I'm gonna go plan left or west and then move east. So a couple of highlights, starting at the lower west side, we are gonna improve the picnic area. You see that the sidewalk is slightly rerouted, and that's to reduce the incline in that area and eliminate the need for handrails there. This correction is part of our ADA transition plan that we put together a little over a year ago now. You see that these are going to remain 6-foot sidewalks in the space. We are making some improvements to the existing retaining wall. The block work, the new block work is intended to match or complement the block work that is at the front of the stage today. Also in the picnic area, there's a surface change. Right now it's gravel. We are going to transition to concrete with some new picnic tables and new grills. I believe we can reuse the trash receptacles, but that may be a decision we make once we get a little bit further along. Continuing north, again, 6-foot sidewalks, we reach the entry columns. There is a running brick pattern at call it the surface entrance in between the two columns, creating that sense of arrival. The base of the columns is 28 inches, and then they are reduced to 21.5 as it goes up. They're going to stand about 5 feet tall total. There is you also see the brick paver band, so the darker area shown next to the concrete. That will, you see, extends the length of the sidewalk in the Veterans Memorial Park area. That's going to be roughly 2 feet in width. We see the sitting area. Again, we're still west, curved bench area over there. That's going to be a sitting area, but then also storage for the removable benches when they are not at the edge of the patio in the sitting area. Continuing, heading east, we have space for the education panels. We have 3 shown. Also that same brick pattern surface, the panels will be sitting within. At this point, Matthews Veterans Advisory Committee and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee is still working to create that design, what those display panels will look like. We met once in January and plan to meet again pretty soon once we have some more detail about what we want it to look like. Center of the plan, we show the extended patio, again, using that same brick. We do plan to use it. We're going to expand using the same brick that is there today. We did find the actual material that was used, and we're gonna just buy more of that material and expand that patio. Scroll down here a little bit. We are installing a permanent plaque in the middle of the patio, and we'll return to the board to confirm the language that you want on that plaque. We're going to replace the stands, the flag stands. I am a perfect cursor in the right place there. At the top of the wall, call it the rotary wall. Continuing east, the conflict monuments will be reinstalled with a new configuration. You see the semicircle, curved bench seating. And that space is a 5-foot walkway. You also see a little bit further in the plans, landscaping. There will be a nice tree and some other plantings in that space. We do plan to reinstall the plants that we can store and reuse. We are working with Ralph again to confirm what we're going to actually put in. Also on the, I'll mention that the column on the east side certainly matches the column on the west. And again, in that area, we're also going to address some of the incline issues that were also in our ADA transition plan. We are going to begin to pick up grade. Actually, let me back a little bit. Moving down toward where you see where you know that the public art, the public display of affection, we are going to increase the entrance radius to that space. And also a little bit south of that area, we're going to begin to essentially raise up we'll begin our incline, and that will help us reduce the steepness as we get closer to the columns. Again, addressing what's in our ADA transition plan. So you see, I mean, relatively small in scope. We do think this will be a relatively easy project to complete. Again, we have met with Stewart. Staff has given comments. The advisory committees. We're still waiting on a couple of comments hopefully a couple of comments to come in. And again, tonight, wanting feedback from the board to then share with Stewart to then hopefully move forward to the 75% and then 90% and ultimately 100%. So open to any questions, comments.
All right, thank you, Corey. Do we have any comments? Commissioner Garner.
Corey, I think I said this last time you brought a design to us, but you and the engineers have done a great job listening and bringing a lot of different elements to this project. And I appreciate where it's going and the direction that you've given to get it here.
Awesome, thank you. One thing I did leave out, may be hard to see, but at the very, call it Plan North, there's etching. It does represent fencing that will be installed at the northern edge of the site. That was one comment that the board made, wanted to, I guess, restrict movement from, call it Exxon or from that parking lot directly into the site.
Corey, it also looks like the entrance and exit have been slightly adjusted to make them a little more even.
Yes.
I appreciate that. I think I was the one always asking for that.
Yeah, certainly.
Any other feedback for Corey regarding the current plan? I think it looks good, Corey. I'm not hearing any other comments, so we can move on to the next item, 12G, discuss advisory committee recommendation process for Matthews Veterans Memorial Park. I just like to start the discussion by saying that I want to recognize Commissioner Tofano for being a great advocate for establishing this park in the first place. And I think it's likely it would not exist in Matthews if it weren't for his efforts. So thank you, Mr. Tofano. However, I think we have heard from the two advisory committees that they do not wish to change the way the park is managed and directed by either committee. I do want to give Commissioner Tofano an opportunity to respond. I've been on the receiving end, as you were tonight, of multiple commenters not in my favor. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to respond to some of the comments that were made tonight and anything else you want to say, Commissioner Tofano.
Thank you. It was Memorial Day, 2019. I'd just been elected commander of the American Legion. I had to perform my first Memorial Day service. One of the things you need to do in Memorial Day is you lower the American flag in order to honor those that have fallen. Well, we couldn't. The flag was tattered, torn, and wrapped in branches that had embraced themselves around the main flagpole of town, which was tarnished and dirty with bricks falling off of the base of it. We had to lay a wreath in order to honor those that had fallen. And we were laying it at the base of a wall that was placed there 20 years ago by the Rotary Club that contained the names of World War I veterans that died in action. My members of the American Legion had to walk through mud in order to get in front of a wall that was so covered with algae you couldn't even see the names of those that had fallen. All of this because of the neglect of the Parks and Recreation Department and the lack of attention through the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee. Soldiers fought in mud. They died in mud. They deserved better than to be honored in mud. So as commander, I went to the commissioners and proposed what was the first of the Matthews Veterans Memorial Park. It was just a gesture, and they unanimously approved it. And the American Legion built that, what is there today, with not a penny of the town money, all through public outpour and loving outpour from the community. We had donations from all the major companies in town. We had volunteers from the Legion, from the town, all to put that together. And in anticipation, the mural wall was built so that someday there would be a mural there that would be seen by thousands of people every day to honor veterans. So it came time now to place a name on this. Well, even trying to get a name of Veterans Memorial Park was a struggle. The Parks and Recreation Department was against it. Former mayors were against it. The Park and Recreation Advisory Committee was against it. And if it wasn't for the heroic action of our mayor, John Higdon, and the vocal and passionate support from Representatives Gardner and McCool and Whitley to make this a separate entity, the Matthews Veterans Memorial Park, we wouldn't have this today. 142 years without a Veterans Memorial Park. So, in my mind, and many discussions with former leaders of MVAC and also some elected officials, that MVAC should be, veterans should be the vocal voice of veterans in the community. In my attempt to do that, to make that happen, there were mistakes made. There were misunderstandings. And I apologized publicly to the town manager, to the mayor, to the elected officials, and to anybody else that may have been caused any discomfort or confusion. I will never, ever stop trying to promote the benefits and honoring of Matthews veterans and veterans all around this country. This man, this commissioner, this veteran, this American will not stop until veterans in this community are properly honored in a respectful and decent way. I do not apologize for that. And to those that are maybe listening tonight, any veterans that may be listening tonight, or families who have lost veterans, thank you. Thank you for your service and your families. Thank you for the support that you give all the living veterans today. And God bless you, and God bless America. And thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tufano. Again, I think your efforts were considerable and helped us to get the park established in the first place. I do think the two committees involved regarding this point, we were going to remand this back to the committees, but both committees have said that they wish to make no changes to the current way things are done. I have publicly stated, and I'll say it again, I would not mind having it codified, written down somewhere that that MVAC or the veterans, maybe in the bylaws or whatever, have a seat at the table to discuss what happens at the Matthews Veterans Memorial Park. But our two advisory committees that are now in charge of this have said they wish to make no changes to the current language, and I would be for respecting their opinion at this time. I think Commissioner Tufano's intent was good, but perhaps there were some misunderstandings or whatever. So I think to address this issue, I don't know if we need a motion. Do we need a motion, Commissioner or Mr. Buckley? Do we need a motion to settle this matter?
Well, no motion is a motion.
Okay. So if we make no motions, there will be no further action on this unless these boards come back to us requesting.
That's correct.
So
that's correct.
My recommendation would be to leave it at that. Is there any other discussion or comment on this? Commissioner Whitley, you were commenting earlier, sir. I cut you off earlier.
I'm sorry. I think Renee had her hand up before I did.
Okay, Commissioner Garner.
Yeah, I think it's important that we draw a very clear line here, that we as board members are meant to listen to our advisory boards. And as a new board with as a new term with new board members, we as a board hope that the new board members will ask questions and learn about process before sidelining the processes in place. I personally do accept your apology, Commissioner Tufano, but I also want to acknowledge that I feel like there's more deliberateness in the actions taken. And we as a board need to own our disruption to these advisory committees, that we need to support them and trust them in the process and respect that they will come to us with appropriate recommendations. Otherwise, and we've seen this in the past with advisory boards, we lose that trust and we lose a lot of the hard work that they put into making Matthews better. And so I just want to let's call it what it is and be straightforward about what happened. There were many things that were mistakes. I hope that we don't see those mistakes again, and that we can keep our advisory board members in place, feeling that they are fully trusted in the work they do because we appreciate the work that they do.
Thank you, Commissioner Garner. Commissioner Whitley, you have a comment?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mark, and for your dedication to what you believe. It's a strong belief in America who have died and put their lives on the line. I feel like I'm a veteran as well. As I spoke earlier, being 30 years on the highway patrol. One thing I've learned, being a part of a team, there's no I in team. I want to commend these two committees for working together in a time that we are living in now, where you can't not get committees to work together. And I appreciate that, and I commend you for your courage to continue to work together to bring us something special. And we have, Corey, and I thank you for that from what I've seen and why we've come to where we are today. I look forward to a nice veteran and one of the best in this area. That's all because of your dream and your desire for better, Mark, and I commend you to that. I heard your apology, and I believe that whenever a person make a mistake and they apologize, we accept their apology and move on. And I thank you, Mayor, for moving on tonight with this committee. These two committees are working together and doing the very best they can for the town of Matthews. The Bible shares with us is this, that you love one another as you love me. And thank you for the love that you're sharing on this Valentine's night. Thank you so very much.
All right, do we have any further discussion on this item? Commissioner Urban.
Just really briefly, I don't want to open up any old wounds, but I do want to, I appreciate his forthrightness and honesty, but I also want to be very honest about the fact that the men fought, you know, it was kind of like a campaign speech, to be honest with you, but men fought for the freedom of speech. So the board members on PRAC and the board members who were on the town board at the time had every right to question and voice their opinion without being dragged through the mud. And I do remember the Memorial Day ceremony where Mr. Tufano specifically made mention, and did not need to, about certain board members and PRAC members who weren't on board with him. That was not appropriate during that particular time of day. I'm willing to overlook that. Everybody's allowed to have different opinions. And I don't think there's anything nefarious about the PRAC folks whatsoever. They just have a love for this town from that standpoint. And so I want to be clear that, you know, there's always two sides to a story, but in the end, the very end, the town board, all members voted in support of the Veterans Memorial. And this constant singling out of who did what doesn't matter now, because on the record, they all voted for it and they all believed in it, but they were allowed to voice their opinion. And I think that's what, to some degree, what Commissioner Garner has been talking about is the active deliberation between all parties to express themselves without condemnation and the ability to work as a team together to express their viewpoints. And I'm sorry that Michelle May and Howie Lavner, both on two opposing district advisory boards, were upset by all this. We should let the citizen advisory boards do what they are commanded to do by their bylaws and get back to us. And I just apologize to everybody that had to go through today's events between emails, back and forth, etc. I also want to apologize to the town manager, which I think was slighted out of hand, which I think was uncalled for as well. So I'm hoping that tonight is the end. The nail is in the coffin and we move on and we do what we're supposed to do. And that's the business of the town.
Would anyone else like to say anything regarding this issue before we put it to bed? All right, thank you. And thank you to all of our volunteers on our advisory boards. We do appreciate you very much. Move on to the next item, 12H, consider repainting the crosswalks on Trade Street. Mr. Stefano, this was your item, or you're going to present it?
Yes, thank you. Lori, are you prepared? Okay, thank you. The stretch of Trade Street from 51 down to Fullwood, an expression I'm using for it is the Trade Street pedestrian corridor. This is not, for those that are listening tonight, this is not an official name by the town. This is something that I've coined and proposed. And we're going to be discussing this pedestrian corridor and how to improve it in the planning session, which is coming up, with a number of different ideas from the town staff. But there's something that we can do in the short term that would send a clear message to the businesses downtown and also to the citizens that we take our crosswalks, especially in the downtown area, seriously. So, Lori, if you would mind going forward one. So what we have is we have a situation where we have a number of our main corridors, crosswalks that are in poor repair. This is the one on John Street, crossing across Trade Street on John Street. Lori, if you'd go forward, please. This one here, I want to take special attention to. Notice it's just 2 single lines. I understand that that is quite acceptable in Charlotte codes in some places. But the request here is to paint these in the true crosswalk patterns all throughout the Trade and John Street area. But I want to give special attention. If you notice the white walking symbol on the left, but also the left turn arrow green on the right. This is a discussion I've had with the town staff about synchronizing the light signals with the crosswalk. So in other words, that's another topic for another day, but I just wanted to bring this to the attention that there was incidents where pedestrians and vehicles would conflict with conflicting signals.
Excuse me, Mark,
continue.
Mark, excuse me, back on this slide. So you're saying right here, I can't really make it out, but you're saying that the light is indicating you could turn left into folks walking across the.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And that's on all 4 crosswalks of this intersection. Also on the intersection of Trade Street and Matthews Street as well. But that's the purpose of this presentation today, is just for repainting. So, but going forward, Lori, please. So this is the one going across to the park from McDowell Street. Keep going, Lori, please. I'm sorry. And this is the school crossing at McDowell Street. And a couple more, Lori. Lori, can you go forward? Thanks. And then this is the one at the school parking lot going across the Trade Street. Now, if you advance again, Lori. So working with Susan, we determined that the average cost per foot of painting crosswalks is $70 a foot. And this was based on her past experience and industry averages, etc. So we do have a crosswalk up at North End near Jekyll and Hyde area. And it's 39 feet and the cost would be such and such. And all 4 of the Matthew Street, Trade Street, 228 feet, 15, we'll call it 16,000. Trade and John, 17.5. Now the ones on Sadie, McDowell, and the elementary school, those are going to be torn up soon because we have been given a firm commitment from NCDOT that South Trade Street is going to be repaved in the spring. So in definition of the spring, one would think that would be somewhere between March 21st and June 21st. So since we have to wait anyway for the temperature to get above 50 degrees in order to paint any of these for a consistent period of time, I don't think it would be worth repainting those on South Trade Street, Sadie, McDowell, and also the elementary school, because they would only be freshly painted for a couple of months at the most, and then they would be repaved and redone by NCDOT. So the amount that we're talking about, just in round figures, because I was encouraged to, and I believe in also in giving a slight buffer to it. So the 3,000 for the North End crosswalk, 16 for the Matthews Trade Street intersection, and we'll call it 18 for the Trade and John Street intersection. So I'm asking the board to consider authorizing the town to spend the monies necessary for the North End, the Trade Matthew Street, and the Trade John Street intersections to bring them to a freshly painted and properly marked status.
Thank you, Commissioner Tufano. Are there any questions or comments for Mark? Commissioner Hoover.
Yeah, the town doing the work, who's doing the work? Would do the work, rather, I guess you'd say. For that we would be paying, is that coming like with the is our Public Works going to do this, or?
Hazen?
Sure, yes. I think under Commissioner Tofano's proposal, well, we actually contracted out, I should say. So that's contracted work. Lori, can you put the folks back up? There you go.
And Hazen, do we have the roughly $37,000 available to do this? You can absorb that.
Well, I mean, yeah, you know, we may be able to use Power Bill funds. I got to talk to CJ. You know, in the past, we've done budget amendments for this. You know, we do budget amendments periodically. I mean, it's the board's choice. I mean, I will say in less than 2 weeks, we're going to get together at the planning conference and we're going to talk about this whole corridor, right? And talk about a big vision. You know, you guys are going to see options. You could do a small vision. You could stamp these cross sections like we've done with some of the things on Trade Street. If you want to spend a little more money, I mean, obviously it's under the board's purview to do something now or wait and talk about it at the planning conference.
Mr. Garner.
Well, my first thought was what the town manager just said, and that this is part of that pedestrian corridor that we have repeatedly said is going to be discussed as a big picture item at the planning conference. And so to me, it doesn't make sense to present this tonight and make any decisions tonight. The suggestions are really part of the mobility report that we paid a consultant to do several years ago, as well as synchronizing the lights and getting several other things done in that downtown corridor. And I think it needs to be discussed with those in mind. And then if you're talking about $30,000 or $37,000, one thing that we've been working towards is prioritizing sidewalk gaps. And personally, I feel like we have been working on that process for quite some time, having really been somebody who's been pushing for that to happen. I would hate to see something that's already in the works on that level where there are projects that are $30,000 get skipped ahead of, honestly, to get these crosswalks painted. And so I hope that when we discuss it as a board tonight, we keep, yes, number one, this is going to be discussed in a couple of weeks as a bigger picture item. And two, the to-do list, where do these rate on that? You know, are they something that we need to do immediately, or are there other things that we've already discussed that are in the hopper sooner?
Commissioner Urban.
I'm all for public safety. I guess my ask to Hazen would be, yeah, the planning conference is the natural tool in which to talk about these things and give CJ and staff an opportunity to sort of coalesce all this and talk about, hey, we already have that planned. It's actually a bigger expenditure to make it even more safer. But I guess, Hazen, from your standpoint, we're teetering on budget cycle. You know, maybe conversations with CJ about the extra pocket change in this year's dollars, and then planning some pocket change into next year's dollars. So maybe the hit is maybe like 18,000 in this year and 18,000 next year, kind of move some things around. The planning conference is only 2 weeks away from that aspect of it, but is there an opportunity to maybe to spread it that way, and it's not as painful as cutting a check for 40,000?
Well, I mean, that is true, but this is, you know, potential safety issue. And I think, I mean, my advice would be to talk about the corridor at the planning conference and then focus in on this. And like you hear the big plans and think, yeah, but this still works as a good expenditure of $40,000 plus or minus.
Okay.
You know, I guess my only advice would be, let's not do this. And then, I don't know, a year and a half later, we're stamping the crosswalks because we want to make it consistent. You know, if we can make maybe more expensive, but a tougher decision early, that would be good.
I agree, because I don't know that everybody knows the 20 years of history of developing things, and there are plans in the works. The problem is we develop a plan and then DOT has a different approach to it. So I'm all for it. I think, I don't have any problem whatsoever, but let's hear out staff, make sure we're not stepping on their toes as well. So I'm willing to wait, what we were talking about, 10 days?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would just like to say that as this is the general place that people come that visit Matthews, it looks pretty, it's in very poor shape. I think if we can bring it up to looking nice and being more safe for a relatively inexpensive cost, I'd be willing to, I'm fine to vote on it tonight. I don't see any reason to wait any length of time. I'm not a big fan of all the other options, the pasting pretty designs and all that. I think this is a functional thing. People know what a crosswalk is. We don't need to make it look like a speedway flag or whatever. We can just paint the lines on there that people expect.
That's
I'm
why
all for
engineers
it.
wear pocket protectors.
I think it's a safety issue, and I think it looks pretty shoddy. I mean, this is where everybody comes downtown every single weekend, and it looks like the paint is wearing off the road. It's time to repaint it, and I don't know why we need to wait for 2 weeks to say, yeah, let's paint it. I mean, I think we should do it. We should plan it right now. I'd be for voting on it. I'm in favor of it tonight. But Commissioner Garner.
I think respectfully, I would suggest that there are, perhaps there are other crosswalks needs in town. And that if we listen to staff and see what their recommendations are, they may have other projects that would work well with this so that we can get the most from hiring the subcontractors as possible. I probably talk about pedestrian safety as much as anybody on this board. Will go on and on about transportation issues, but this feels like we are pushing something through without fully understanding what our options are.
Yeah, I don't doubt, Commissioner Garner, you and I have discussed pedestrian safety issues on Independence Boulevard, for instance, which is a concern, but I don't think there's any place in town that has a higher density of people walking around, particularly on the weekends, than this corridor that Commissioner Tufano's identified. Commissioner Hoover.
Yes, I actually went out there and just kind of watched. And the crosswalks that do not have any lines going across, just the straight ones, I cannot tell you how many cars I saw would come into that. And so I find that very disturbing. So I think they need to be clearly marked so drivers can actually see where they need to stop.
I mean, I think we can, I can support the will of the board. If we want to wait 10 days and discuss at the planning conference, it's fine, but I think we should do this as soon as possible. We probably couldn't paint them within the next 10 days anyway.
Correct.
I think we should do it very soon. I don't think we should put it off and, make this something that gets done 6 months from now. This needs to be done relatively soon. I'm willing to wait to the planning conference to hear directly from Susan and CJ, but I know Commissioner Tufano has talked to those folks already, and they're supportive of painting, I think.
Yeah, and I can't speak for them, but the motion could be modified in such a way that it would be painted at the earliest possible opportunity based on weather conditions and temperature. And go ahead.
And Susan just texted me that supply may be an issue too. So, part of the supply chain issues. So, I mean, board needs to make a decision soon so that then we can get in the queue for getting our supplies.
Well, go ahead, Commissioner.
I was just going to say that was the other point was to get, because the supply chain issue came up and when Susan and I were talking about it as well. So I wanted to get at the head of the line as soon as possible.
It sounds like the consensus of the board would like to wait wait 10 days. I just want the record to reflect that I do support this motion or this idea. I think we need to paint them soon, and I don't want to wait until we design some fancy patchwork stamping thing. I think we should just paint them for safety's sake. Based on what Commissioner Hoover said, I see the same thing as well. People pulling into the crosswalks. Paint is a relatively inexpensive and quick option, so I would support that. But I guess, Mark, what I'm hearing is we wait until the planning conference and discuss
Sure.
further. But like I said, it's not probably likelihood of it getting painted in the next 10 days is pretty
No,
So,
no, it's not.
But you have my support on the general idea, and I guess we'll discuss it further as a group and look at some of the issues that Commissioner Garner brought up as far as prioritization and other areas that may need similar treatment. Maybe we can get a larger project that would address many issues. Commissioner Urban.
Do we know NCDOT? I mean, are we talking about doing some things that DOT should be doing? I mean, which roads? I mean, that's kind of a little muddy through there. Is that something we need to be putting some pressure on them?
Well, I mean, we've talked about that, but they're supposed to paint South Trade, and like Commissioner Tufano said, and Susan's talked about it too. The contracts for the spring. We've watched DOT in action in other areas. It doesn't give you a lot of confidence. So we are waiting on kind of playing off them on that area. But the other thing is those we may have to pay for the crosswalks that are hatched, because the crosswalk that Commissioner Tufano showed, there was just 2 lines. That's the NCDOT standard.
Okay.
But it's not consistent with what we put down. So we may have to say, okay, we're going to foot the bill for this to get it consistent through certainly this pedestrian corridor.
I just want to know, because I just think that if NCDOT keeps knowing that, hey, Town of Matthews will take care of it, don't worry about it. I think we need to make sure we keep the pressure on them too.
That's a fair point, and I love my brothers and sisters at NCDOT, but to the town manager's point, their fulfillment of schedules on time has not been particularly impressive.
I agree.
So yeah, I don't want to, if this gets put off for a year or something, painting the crosswalks is something that's relatively.
So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner Tufano. We'll definitely take this up again at the planning conference. With that, I guess we're done. We're getting near the end, thankfully. I'll move on to item 13, the mayor's report, lucky 13. As I read at the top of this meeting, what was it, about 9 or 10 hours ago? I'm just kidding. Gave the proclamation for Black History Month. It's very important, and that's very heartfelt on my part. And I want to encourage you to take some time this month to maybe break bread or visit with someone that's not like you, that has a differing political viewpoint or a different race or ethnicity, and get to know somebody that's outside your comfort zone. I think that's all well within the spirit of Black History Month. I also want to remind everyone that the racial bridge building series that's been ongoing for how long now, Larry? A couple of years.
This is the 13th community forum.
13th Community Forum will be live tomorrow evening at Matthews United Methodist Church at 7 p.m. There's details. Is that on your website, Larry?
It's not on mine, but it's on Pastor Chuck. And I wanted to tell who the speaker was. She's a professor up at Davidson College, but she's going to be talking about race for young people and being aware of race in America. But it's a very good panel. She's the only one, but I think you'll be very pleased to hear her talk about in times that we're living in now.
Yeah, I've been to most of these, and I know many of my fellow board members have as well. And they're always, I come away learning something from every one of them. So I encourage you to attend if you're available. And I just want to say this for the public at large, because I think I get asked daily, many times when I'm at the grocery store or the post office, folks come up to me and say, "How is the town manager search coming?" And I said, "Well, we've convinced Hazen to stay. He's going to stay for 10 more years." But then I have to tell him the truth. And the truth is that for the public's sake, that we have identified some finalist candidates, and we're interviewing them, and we hope to announce our new town manager really, hopefully within the next few weeks. So we're really excited about that. So that's all I have. We'll move on to item 14, town attorney's report.
No report, Mayor.
Our lame duck town manager, do you have any reports, sir?
Sir, it's 11 o'clock. Would it be safe?
Past his bedtime about 3 hours ago, I think. So I'll call a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Ken McCool, second by Commissioner John Urban. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Urban?
Absolutely.
Commissioner Whitley?
You know, y'all talking about Hazen. Man, me and Hazen had lunch last week. And Hazen going to the beach, he'll learn how to ski and relax. And he's starting to wind down already. I can see it all over him tonight. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoover?
Yes.
Commissioner Stefano?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool?
Yes.
And I will say happy Valentine's Day. And I agree we should adjourn. So good night. Everybody have a great night. We'll talk to y'all soon.
Right.
Good night, everybody.
Night, Charlie. Thank you, buddy.
Good night, Reverend.